Welcome to today's hearing, Inquiry into the Protection of Environment Operations Amendment to Clean Air Bill. Welcome to the hearing for the inquiry into this bill. Before I commence, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people, who are the traditional custodians of this land on which Parliament sits. I would also like to pay respect to elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. Today's hearing is being conducted as a fully virtual hearing. This enables the work of the committee to continue during the COVID-19 pandemic without compromising the health and safety of members, witnesses and staff. Today we will be hearing from community representatives, environmental organisations, air quality experts, industry representatives and government departments, including the New South Wales Health and Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the virtual hearing. Therefore, I urge witnesses to be very careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended for people to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry, terms of reference, and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 7 days due to the short time frame of this inquiry. Today's proceedings are being recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. The hearing is also being broadcast and saved on the Parliamentary YouTube channel. Finally, a few notes on the virtual hearing etiquette to minimise disruptions and assist our Hansard reporters. Can I ask committee members to clearly identify who questions are to be directed to? And could I ask everyone to please state their name when they log in at the beginning? And could everybody please ensure that your microphones are on mute when you are not speaking? And members and witnesses should avoid speaking over each other so we can all be heard clearly. So I'd like to welcome our witnesses, and starting from Mr. Will Belford, would you like to make an affirmation or an oath?
Yes, sir. Will Belford. My affirmation is, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jonathan Moylan.
Yes, I'll affirm, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Mr. Mike Campbell.
Yes, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Mr. Belford, would you like to commence with a short opening statement of no more than 3 minutes?
Will Belford speaking. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I represent Future Sooner, the Macquarie region. We're concerned about the high levels of childhood asthma that's attributable to the coal burning power stations in the area. To give you some context, in 2019 and 20, the 4 hospitals in this area had nearly 3,000 admissions for asthma. And to be admitted for asthma, you have to be unable to breathe, which is a deeply distressing condition to experience. My first daughter had childhood asthma and she needed a steroids inhaler to prevent the attacks. One potential consequence of steroids in the young is stunted growth. Our interest in this was raised by Dr. Ben Ewald, who's a local epidemiologist whose research shows that approximately 650 children in the area have asthma that can be attributed to nitrogen dioxide emissions from the power station. This report forms part of the submissions you'll receive and will be addressed later today. In reference to that's proposed in the amendment, The nitrogen dioxide limits in New South Wales are much higher now than they are internationally. They're at 800 milligrams per cubic metre, whereas in the EU the level is 150 milligrams and in Japan it's 57. A particular point we like to raise is the Vales Point station at Lake Macquarie, which for 10 years has had a licence exemption to emit nitrogen dioxide at up to 1,500 milligrams per cubic metre, which is 10 times the EU limit. Nitrogen dioxide is a major contributor to asthma attacks, according to Ben Eld. Now, we acknowledge that these power stations may need to run for another decade, or maybe more, and if so, we're asking for stricter emissions standards as proposed by this amendment to minimise the health toll during this period. To help the energy providers running these stations take these regulations seriously, these emissions would have to be implemented with short timelines for compliance, no exemptions, proper enforcement and meaningful penalties. The technologies exist to reduce these emissions, and installing them is well within the financial capacity of these companies. To take Vales Point again as an example, in 2019 the station paid a dividend to its two owners of $60 million, which is the approximate cost to install selective catalytic reduction technology at the station. If the providers are unwilling to do this, then we'd be interested in seeing them invest similar amounts in alternative energy sources to speed up the phasing out of coal. You'll be aware that the World Health Organization recently published new global air quality guidelines, and the limits proposed in this amendment would bring New South Wales into alignment with these. This would have the effect of reducing the number of emergency admissions for asthma in the area and generally improve the health of local residents. On this basis, we're asking the committee to endorse the proposed amendment to the Protection of the Environment Operations Act and reduce the allowable emission limits for coal burning power stations in New South Wales. Thank you.
Mr. Moylan, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to present to this inquiry on the impact of air pollution on behalf of Healthy Futures. So we're an organisation of healthcare workers and community members concerned about the serious human health impacts of pollution. Some of our members see the impacts of air pollution on children and vulnerable people in their clinics on a regular basis. It's been difficult and challenging for you as elected representatives to deal with this issue in the past due to the absence of evidence of health harms, but fortunately that evidence has been detailed in a study led by Dr. Richard Broome from New South Wales Health, who I understand will be speaking later today. Those impacts are significant. They amount to an externalised cost of $2.4 billion annually, which equates to about $43 per megawatt hour, which is greater than the wholesale cost of electricity. A later study led by a team from the University of Exeter based on atmospheric modelling found that across New South Wales, power stations caused 477 premature deaths, 7,500 child asthma symptom days, and 450 babies to be born underweight in New South Wales every single year. And the LGAs with the highest mortality due to power station pollution are the Central Coast, Lake Macquarie, Blacktown, Newcastle, Hornsby, the Hills, Sydney, Sutherland, Warringah, Parramatta and Penrith in that order. And that's because pollution from those power stations travels very long distances to big population centres. We're supportive of any measures that can prevent the loss of hundreds of lives and thousands of disease exacerbation from the air pollution from power stations in New South Wales. Other options that Parliament and the Executive have at your disposal, including the existing load-based licensing scheme, which could be made to be effective by scaling up the fees over a short period of time to meet the damage costs, or simply the abatement costs of pollution, or adjusting the provisions of each of the licences. In a 2016 submission to the review of the load-based licensing scheme, the Australian Energy Council said that optimal load-based fees should be set at the level of external costs, and we agree. However, as economists from the University of Sydney have found, the fees are not set at a level which would drive change. So currently those fees are set at 2% of the external cost of pollution. And given that WHO guidelines for clean air are already being breached in coal impacted communities, it's critical that Parliament puts the health of children and vulnerable people first. This really goes to the rights of every citizen in New South Wales to breathe clean and healthy air.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Mike Campbell, would you like to give a short opening statement?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Thank you.
Yes, good.
Yes, we can.
Yes, fine. Look, the latest campaign is a long. It's a long. Goes back a long way. There was a campaign that I was involved in 1983-84, which ultimately stopped the building of two power stations on the coast here. The Mardi Power Station and the further one was called Olney. What happened was that they were going to build these on the coast here until we uncovered, I was the president of the Ratepayers Association at the time, people who'd been complaining about asthma in the Lake Munmora area. And I was able to get hold of a document from Dr. Howard Bridgman, Newcastle University, and two other professors who explained in their piece, which was titled, I'll just have it here, The Contribution of Industrial Fossil Fuel Use to Ground Level Sulphur Dioxide Concentrations in the Lower Hunter, 1983. And they pinpointed the Doyleson area, which is between then Vales Point and the then Munmora Power Station, as at critical levels by model study, and that no more sulphur dioxide emitting industries should be positioned in the area. Well, of course, it rang alarm bells for us because electricity had very advanced plans. They had a glass office and they had table models, and they were about to build the Mardi Power Station. And the doctors at Lake Munmora were concurring that asthma in that area was at critical levels, and that asthma in children was twice the national average, and also in bronchitis in older people. We were able to get them to sign a document. There was a commission of inquiry held, and we presented these two documents. Of course, one was a causal document, being the university study, and the second was an anecdotal resultant document from doctors. And the commissioner took this, and what happened, the end result was, without going into it all, after 2 years or so, they scrapped the whole idea. The Commission of Inquiry for Electricity Planning in New South Wales up to the year 2010, it was titled, decided that there weren't to be 3.5 more power stations built in New South Wales, as predicted by the Electricity Commission of New South Wales, but they remained with just building Mount Piper. And that no more power station emitting industries, no more power stations would be built on the coast. And this was a decision in 1986. And it went national. I'll show you just briefly, that was on the Newcastle Morning Herald. The girl on the front page in 1985. It went to every state of news in Australia. It hit the front page that there was asthma related to power generation. And then in 1987, they decided to put fabric filters on the then Munmora Power Station, saying we are giving up smoking. So what I'm trying to say is that this is not, this campaign is not something which people have dreamed up from the community. This has been an ongoing campaign right back that far, near 40 years, that this happened. So I concur with what's happening at the moment. I congratulate Abigail Boyd MLC in putting this amendment to the bill, which I think is truly reflects, as the previous speakers have said, what is required to bring Australia or New South Wales into the standards that other countries enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I'll move over to questioning. I might just open with one question from me, and this is to all of the witnesses. I'm just wondering, has there been any data collected from hospitals, maybe emergency wards, which also show other acute respiratory experiences that people have suffered that may have been related or may be related to the same phenomena? Or is it mainly asthma, chronic asthma and bronchitis?
Speaking, that's a good question, and it's worth pursuing. It's not as easy as it might seem to get data out of hospitals about these things, but that's certainly a question we can pursue.
Okay, well, that'd be good if you could take that on notice then. Thank you. And I'm
Yeah,
not and if you end up not finding anything, then that's understandable.
it's Jonathan Moylan here from Healthy Futures. The New South Wales Health did put out a study on higher rates of presentations for a range of respiratory illnesses back in 2010, which I can provide on notice to this inquiry. And generally, the epidemiological evidence relating to air pollution show, very strong associations with things like ischemic heart disease, COPD, lung cancer, heart attacks, and mortality. There's very obviously very strong evidence for the impact of mortality, along with asthma and other health outcomes.
Okay, that would be very helpful. Thank you. I might now pass on to Miss Abigail Boyd to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for all of our witnesses for appearing this morning and for their detailed submissions. I wanted to talk firstly about, we've talked a little bit about, the evidence in relation to the health impacts. Presumably, we are limited in the amount of data we have by the sort of lack of air pollution monitoring in the region. Can you talk to me about what the air pollution monitoring looks like in New South Wales and whether you think that's effective?
It's Will Belford speaking. To my knowledge, in the Lake Macquarie area, there are 3 air monitoring stations. And it's a very good question because the results you get from the monitoring station depend on many, many factors, including where the wind's blowing, which direction it's blowing in, various other climatic things that affect what the monitor actually receives. So one of the things you'll probably hear from the power companies this afternoon is that according to the monitoring, they're easily within the limits. And that's probably the case a lot of the time, but that's just what's being monitored. So one of the discussions we've been having is the necessity of putting more monitoring in. One aspect was considered was putting monitors in schools, which is obviously risky because if your school is seen to have a high rate of emissions in it, then people aren't going to want to send their children there. But yes, monitoring is something that needs to be improved to provide a better base of data about what's actually going on with these emissions. They get emitted up at a very high altitude. We don't really know exactly what happens to them, but you'll see in some of the other submissions models about where it goes and what happens to it. It doesn't always just blow straight out to sea.
And maybe a question for you, Mr. Moylan. You mentioned about how far some of the pollutants travel. Can you explain that to the committee?
Yeah, the CSIRO has been tracking power station pollution for decades, and even using flight trackers and so on. There was one study that followed PM1 pollution all the way from Chinchilla in South Australia from Port Augusta Power Station to Chinchilla in Queensland. The study led from the University of Exeter found interstate health impacts in Victoria and Queensland from the power stations in New South Wales. So it is a very large area affected. And I guess I would add that the existing monitoring already does also show breaches of the World Health Organization guidelines. So in many senses, the health evidence is it's disturbing, but it's not surprising. So in terms of the way that air commonly travels, obviously the closer you are to a power station, the higher the risk is. So the risk is certainly highest in places like Muswellbrook and Singleton, and also on the Central Coast, adjacent to power stations. But under certain atmospheric conditions, when you have particularly the nitrogen and sulfur dioxide travelling over off the coast of Sydney, it reacts under unfavourable atmospheric conditions, can rush up the Parramatta and Georges River and get trapped under inversion conditions in in the Sydney Basin, where there are already exceedances of ozone and particle pollution, and as portion of that would be coming from precursor power station pollution.
So, Mr. Moylan, we know that there are dangerous toxins being released from these power stations as dangerous pollutants. We know that they travel a long way, but without adequate air pollution monitoring, it's not possible for individuals to know if they're being exposed at a particular time. Would you say that's right?
More monitoring would absolutely help. It is possible to do health outcome studies simply with dispersion modelling from power stations, but I think the big concern about monitoring is that people don't know what the quality of the air they're breathing is in their local area. I think the critical thing is that given the existing monitors are already showing breaches of the WHO guidelines, really where there are available abatements, which are in widespread use in China and the EU, the US, Japan, all over the world, bringing down those levels of air pollution using abatement technology would produce significant health benefits.
So if I can ask you, Mr. Campbell, given the known risk to people's health from the air pollution coming out of the coal-fired power stations in your area, do you ever get any guidance from the health department or from anybody in relation to sort of how individuals might reduce their risk of exposure?
No, well, as I say, in 2017, I was involved with the Environmental Justice Australia campaign, Foxygen Terminal, and I set up a meeting with the Area Health Director of the Central Coast. James Whelan and I attended that meeting. We didn't invite the EPA, but they were there when we turned up. I had a feeling that the Area Director General could have been more outgoing with his answers. I had a feeling that the Environmental Protection being in attendance was not particularly welcome. And the thing is, I asked a simple question at the end of it. It wasn't a very good meeting, I must say, and not a lot of information came forward. But I did ask that, does this area, Central Coast, monitor admissions either in the emergency section or in the hospital generally at both Gosford and Wyong hospitals? Do they measure the periods of time of the year, such as temperature inversion in the winter time when ERTI, upper respiratory tract infections, are presented? These figures should be available. Are they ever correlated so that they could be matched with such as the NPI figures that the power stations put out for those periods of time? That could be matched. So you would have a data set from the hospital systems for each season of the year and then say, well, that's, it matches sulphur dioxide emissions, nitrous oxide emissions, and have those put to public, because the public is still in the dark about all this, Ms. Boyd, and this is the ongoing problem. It's we've found generally, and this is just because government is government, a stonewalling effect between, what the environmental protection does with power stations, and the power stations have been a protected industry like the coal industry. It's just a matter of progression through all governments. And we've not gone away from that, from this 1960s idea of protecting the coal industry and the power industry, and it's sort of laboured on through those years. So I would, and the thing is self-reporting. We've got it from our study, Toxic and Terminal, of course, the wildly ridiculous self-reporting from some of the stations, such as PM10 for the year 2015 and 16. For instance, Bayswater noted that they had 958,000 kilograms of PM10 emitted in that period of time. Mount Piper had 43,000, Wales Point 56. So there are alarm bells ringing there. This idea of self-reporting, oh, well, we'll put in a report to the NPI. There's supposed to be inspectors. I mean, you read about power stations, they're supposed to be inspected in the power stations, but you talk to EPA, oh, we'll go there if there's a problem, if there's a spill or if there's something adverse happens, we'll turn up. So there's no inspectorate that goes around and checks these things. So, we've found that the anecdotal evidence, of course, is that the bag fillers are not cleaned properly and all this sort of stuff. Wales Point at the moment is pretty ordinary, and so getting back to your point, there should be the public should be made available information from the health system about the local hospitals and admissions, and marry that with the other things, and it should become part of the edict of the EPA and the government, and should come down to local government members being told this, the media being involved and saying, well, of course, the community pays for this with its health and everything else. We should have knowledge about this.
And
I might just, sorry, Ms. Boyd, I might just, unless you have a specific question now, and then I will move to Ms. Jackson. But if you'd like to come in with a follow-up question, then we'll go to Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. So what I'm trying to understand here is that we have evidence from Mr. Moylan that we're looking at health costs of $2.4 billion per year, I assume. I will come back to you as to what that figure exactly was. We have very little information for the community. We have very little that they can do to protect themselves from those health costs. So would you agree then that we have no other option but to require the power stations themselves to curb these emissions to reduce that health cost? I'll go to you first, Mr. Moylan.
Yeah, so that $2.4 billion figure came from Dr. Richard Broom's figure. I understand it to be an annual figure. It would be a question to put to him, I would say. And certainly, as I mentioned in the introductory comments, there are multiple different ways. It can be done through a regulatory or a prescriptive approach, or through the fee-based scheme that exists. But either way, absolutely, with the compelling health evidence that we have, that pollution needs to be abated. From a health point of view, we're concerned about the outcome, which is clean air and healthier lungs. The way that that outcome is achieved is obviously your responsibility, and we would commend any and every effort to tackle air pollution from power stations.
Thank you, Mr. Belford, and then I'll throw to my colleagues.
Yes, I'll echo those points. The proposal of the amendment to the Air Act being an across-the-board lowering of emissions is a simple and I think probably very effective way to do this. I can imagine that there will be a lot of objections from the power industry because of the costs involved them in doing it. And there may be more subtle ways to do it, but this way ensures, at least it's, to use the expression, it's a level playing field for all of the coal burning power stations. They would all have to meet the same requirements. How they chose to do it would be up to them. And there may be incentives that the government can offer, as well as just resetting the limit. But this would be a very good starting point to send a message and set a bar.
Thank you.
Ms. Jackson?
Thanks, Chair. I just wondered if the witnesses could talk a little bit more about what the emissions reduction technology actually looks like, and I suppose how effective it is, of the range of technologies are in actually reducing emissions. I mean, is it a very marginal thing, or is the what is the capacity of the technology that is currently available to significantly abate the negative impacts? So just like a little bit more information about that.
I can take that one. It's Jonathan Moylan from Healthy Futures. For flue gas desulfurization, which reduces sulfur dioxide, it's over 90% reduction. So it's incredibly significant. Sulfur dioxide is produces in reaction not just fine particle pollution and also famously acid rain. Selective catalytic reduction for nitrogen dioxide, it's even higher. And these are really standard pollution controls. I think there's always objection from industry elsewhere, but I remember when I was first speaking with international experts about the impact of air pollution. One thing we were looking into was the potential impact of mercury pollution, which is a potent neurotoxin. And I was told, well, mercury pollution used to be a big issue back in the day, but these days it's not so much of a big issue because power stations have flue gas desulfurization, and they almost fell off their chair when they found out that actually they're not used at all in New South Wales. They were just flabbergasted that we were really stuck in the 19th century when it comes to pollution control.
I think my next question, and then I'll throw to my colleagues, just leads on a little bit from that. I wonder, Mr. Moylan or the other witnesses may want to jump in as well. Can you just give us a little bit more evidence about some of those international comparisons or comparisons within Australia? Like, just talk a little bit to us about how different, and obviously in light of these submissions that you've provided, deficient the New South Wales regulatory system is from what is happening either in other states or in other countries.
Yes, it's Jonathan Moylan here. So the limits for sulfur and nitrogen dioxide are sort of between 8 and 10 times weaker than the European limits, and similarly the US and Chinese and Japanese limits. And I think a lot of that material has been presented with it to this inquiry. So they're scandalously weaker. They're very difficult to break. I think just this week, actually, there was actually a breach, but not of the upper limit of the 99th percentile limit. I think that was due to an operational failure. But generally, the approach to limit setting that has been taken by regulatory agencies has been to set, essentially the rationale has been that they would set license limits at a level that they've never reached in the past, so that wouldn't actually drive pollution reduction, which really is a very nonsensical approach from our point of view.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to questions from Ms. Cusack and then Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Moylan, thank you for your evidence. I actually just want to go back a step in terms of monitoring air quality and understanding exactly what is in our air. For example, you were able to rank the local government areas in terms of the impact of this pollution. And I know the science is very emphatic around this, but I thought it would assist our inquiry if you could just take us through the monitoring process. So how it is that we know that this stuff is in the air. I think ANSTO may be playing a role in doing the analysis and just to demonstrate how emphatic the evidence is of the problem. And if you could just provide us with some of that evidence, I really think that would assist in terms of the need to do something.
Yes, so the Office of Environment and Heritage has a network of compliance monitors across the state. I think there is a legitimate concern that compliance monitoring is probably insufficient, but it is quite widespread. And in addition to that, as you've mentioned, the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation, ANSTO, also do particle characterisation studies where they can measure the components of what's in PM2.5 pollution. So there's been a study in the Upper Hunter, the Upper Hunter particle characterization study. There's another one in the Lower Hunter, and there's been studies in various parts of Sydney, and what they show is about a sixth of the particle emissions in Sydney is from power stations. There's been other research done by funded through the National Environment Science Program that has found that in summertime, the contribution of power stations to poor air quality in every district of Sydney actually exceeds that of vehicle pollution. And beyond that, there's been a couple of studies, one by Dr. Ben Ewald, who I think will be presenting later, where he was drawing on ANSTO particle characterization studies and using a technique called high split backtracking, which is an Australian modelling technique. The other University of Exeter study where the LGA data came from, that used an atmospheric dispersion model called CalPUF, which is an industry standard that's widely used in environmental impact assessments. Although, while it would be possible to do so, there's no requirement for health impact assessment. All that's required there is to do the atmospheric dispersion modelling that's already done in environmental impact assessments, and use the literature to derive what the health outcomes would be. And there are very conservative studies from the Global Burden of Disease that collects those studies.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Are you aware of anybody disputing problem?
Well, the power stations themselves have tried to claim. It was interesting. They put out a paper attempting to dispute one of the studies. They called it a peer review. We got some academics to look at it who were dumbfounded that anyone could call it a study. But one of the arguments, they seem to imply that you can't rely on epidemiological evidence alone to draw conclusions without a dose response study. So basically, stick a kid in a room, expose them to excessive amounts of PM 2.5 pollution. Obviously, that wouldn't pass ethics approval. What I found really disturbing about the line of argument that you couldn't rely on epidemiological evidence to draw conclusions about health impacts from power stations is it was exactly the same argument that the tobacco industry used back in the 1990s to argue against regulation around passive smoking. And, I would have thought that in this day and age, with everything that we know, and the respect that's been gained for epidemiological science during the pandemic, that the power stations could be a little bit more mature than to use similar tactics as the tobacco industry did in the 90s.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now move to questions from Mr. Martin and then Mr. Buttigieg, and then back to you, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all of you for taking your time today to present evidence. I'm just reading through your submissions. I just wanted to pick up, especially on the point about childhood asthma across Lake Macquarie and the Central Coast. In the Future Sooner submission, it makes the link between childhood asthma, and this is due to Dr. Ewald's work, and I'll ask him a bit more later on. It makes the link between childhood asthma and nitrogen dioxide emissions. And this is a question to all three of you. We'll be able to have a bit of a discussion with a bit more specific info on what we're dealing with here, in the sense that we all know pollution is bad. Having particulate matter in your airways will create health issues. But can we just extrapolate a bit more on what are the specific risks around PM10, around PM 2.5, mercury emissions, and nitrogen? What are the specific risks of each of them, if we can have a discussion around that?
Are you pitching your question to a particular witness, or?
Anyone who'd like to go first.
I mean, I can speak to that. It's Jonathan Moylan from Healthy Futures. Nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide are respiratory irritant gases, and really the strongest evidence for the health harms of nitrogen dioxide come from the Australian Child Health and Air Pollution Study, which was funded, again, it was carried out to inform the ambient air quality standards, so commissioned by the National Environment Protection Council, who informed the work around air quality guidelines, and that found very significant impacts on reduced lung function in children at NO2 levels of about 8 or 9 parts per billion, and that, obviously we know in the Hunter, for example, there was a similar study that found that about 1 in 6 children have reduced lung function in the Hunter. PM2.5 is fine particle pollution. It's about a 30th the width of a human hair. You can't see it, it's invisible to the naked eye. But the international IARC, the International Association for Research on Cancer, I think, I might have the acronym wrong, has listed PM2.5 as a carcinogen. Obviously you can find information about PM2.5 from the World Health Organization. It gets past the body's natural defense systems. It can get into not just into the lungs, but into the veins, further deeper into the human body. It can really affect almost every organ in the human body. And of course, there are other heavy metals like mercury and arsenic and lead that are also emitted from power stations, and mercury can be emitted in a few forms, in a reactive gaseous form, and generally the pathway to human health impacts is through consumption of seafood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other witnesses would like to add to that? Can now move. Sorry?
Yes, Mike Campbell here. Just generalising, Jonathan's all over it. Good on you, Jonathan. Thanks for all that information. I'm 76 now, so I'm beyond this bit. But over these decades, as I say, it goes back a fair way. They were cruder times in the 1980s, but this since 2016-17, when Environmental Justice Australia got onto this and other bodies, there has not, I mean, if this evidence was around in the public on another issue for government would be firing back, or the industry would be firing back in a big way to saying this is incorrect, like they do in climate change and all other such things. They fire back very quickly. What I've found is silence from the industry, silence from agencies who monitor the industry, and that tells me a lot. It tells me that they don't want any further public discussion on this. It blows things out into the open. And that's how I'm reading it. Because there's simply no refutation of what Jonathan's been talking about. There's no refutation of Dr. Ewald's proclamations about disease and death that Will Belford has mentioned, and you'll hear from Dr. Ewald later. But I'm so surprised that bodies have not taken, say, Dr. Ewald on, for instance, tells me a lot that they don't. It's a situation where government and industry does not want this to blow out into a wider public, because there may be some inaccuracies in all of this. There may, of course, there are. There's no perfection in this, but that there's a feeling, from my point of view, that they do not want this to be exposed any more than it is.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Martin?
Yes, I do. It's around the cost of, say, wet scrubbers or flue gas desulfurization techniques or catalytic reduction methods as well. Would anybody like to put forward with any costs that they've seen or heard of for this kind of remediation?
In relation to the catalytic reduction, we've seen costs of anywhere between $30 and $60 million to fit these to the station, which sounds like a lot of money, but in the context of the revenues generated by these power stations, it's not actively a hugely significant amount. And it's also worth pointing out that some of these stations have already fitted these. So Eraring, for example, has nitrogen burners fitted, which they fit at their own expense, that reduce nitrogen dioxide emissions by 40% per megawatt hour. So some of these stations have chosen to do this, some haven't. There's not a lot of consistency, but the technology exists, and it's certainly within the financial capacity of these businesses to do it without presenting a shareholder rebellion.
Okay.
Thank you very much. For the purpose
for
the purpose of Hansard, that's Mr. Belford speaking. I'm just a bit aware that we only have about 7 minutes left, so I am going to move to the next member who wishes to question Mr. Buttigieg.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your evidence. It's a very important and a very interesting subject. I'm just curious to understand if witnesses may know. So in terms of what struck me when I was reading the submissions, and obviously from some of the evidence we've heard today, the disparity or the disconnect between what's going on overseas, or what has gone overseas, and what is happening here in terms of emission standards and the passive sort of approach we've taken here. I just wondered, those jurisdictions overseas, let's say, for example, Europe and others who have got more stringent standards, did that come about via proactive legislation, or was it as a result of health issues being manifest in legal action and then the government reacting? Does anyone know what the evolution of that legislative framework for the tighter standards overseas was?
It's Jonathan Moylan here from Healthy Futures. Basically widespread public concern because of the health evidence, and followed by regulations. So the European Industrial Emissions Directive that has been brought in by the European Parliament, but really it came from public concern. I think the problem here in Australia is that until last year in 2020, when Dr. Broome published his research, there actually just hadn't been any evidence in peer-reviewed literature. So health impact assessment has been for many, many years widely required in various jurisdictions in Europe. I don't know why we don't do health impact assessment in New South Wales, but now that the evidence exists, I would expect that the public concern will only grow stronger and stronger. It's not an issue that's going to go away.
It's Will Belford speaking. If I might add briefly to that, I think one of the issues here is that this issue is invisible, literally invisible. You can't see these emissions, you don't know you're breathing them, but there is a toll associated with them. It's a personal health toll and a health system cost. Other tolls, like the road toll, are highly visible, and we've gone a long way, particularly in New South Wales, to reducing that to acceptable, what might be called an acceptable level. The lack of awareness about this, I think, is the problem. The invisibility of the issue means there is very little activism about it because no one's aware of it. It comes back to the points made earlier about this information being made available to the public.
Any further questions, Mr. Buttigieg, before we move to Ms. Boyd?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. I will just pause to let any of my colleagues ask another question, though, if they want to, because I know I got quite a bit of time at the beginning. Anyone? No? Excellent. I just wanted to cover off one thing which I haven't talked much about, and that's a question to you, Mr. Moylan, about the load-based licence scheme. I guess as a nation or as a state, is our regulation for imposing the costs of pollution on the polluters themselves also out of step with the rest of the world?
Yes, Jonathan Moylan here. This is an issue that Dr. Tiho Anchev from the University of Sydney, he's an environmental economist, looked at. He did a paper called Getting the Rates Right, which I can provide on notice to the committee, where he looked at whether the load-based licensing scheme was actually driving pollution down, and he found that it wasn't. And he did look at a comparison with other jurisdictions elsewhere. He actually held the load-based licensing scheme in New South Wales in very high regard in relation to its design, but the rates are quite low. And as I mentioned, they're about 2% of the damage cost of air pollution. It's really, I think the rates are almost, they're there, I think, as a cost recovery measure, really. They're not really related to the external costs. Yeah, it's rare that we would find ourselves on a unity ticket with the Australian Energy Council, but they did say that load-based fees should be, set at a level that related to externalised costs, and that's a much more sensible way to do that. The LBL scheme has been under review since 2015. We're very eager to see that come out. We have heard that there will be a proposal later this year or early next year, but the long delays in air pollution policy development in New South Wales is obviously a source of frustration.
How much do you think that those load-based licence fees would need to increase by in order to provide the economic incentive for these power stations to install this kind of best available technology to filter the pollution?
It's Jonathan Moylan here. I can take that on notice. I think the points that the Australian Energy Council was making was that the issues paper around the load-based licensing scheme talked about whether the price should be raised to the abatement cost. They said that it really should be raised to the external cost. I think they were trying to make the argument that perhaps the externalised cost is lower than the abatement cost, but the evidence from Dr. Broom's study and many other studies is not surprising at all, which is that externalised cost is borne by the community at large. So I don't know precisely how much higher it is than the current LBL fees, but it's orders of magnitude. So yes, they would need to change, and that could be something that could ramp up over time, but it would need to ramp up quickly enough that there would be a health benefit in the short term.
Or they could just install the abatement technology. Yeah,
that's right.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, all witnesses. You've been extremely helpful and informative. I think there have been some questions taken on notice, and unfortunately, due to the short turnaround for this inquiry, if you could have those answers with the Secretariat by the end of next Friday, that would be very much appreciated. So we will now adjourn for 10 to 15 minutes for morning tea.
I'd like to welcome our next witnesses to the inquiry. Thank you very much for your availability and being here with us today. Could I start with Mr. Witherow, and then Ms. Chick, and then Dr. Smith? Could you please state your full name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation from the cards that have been emailed to you by the Secretariat?
Thank you. Nick Witherow, Principal Lawyer from Environmental Justice Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Chick?
I'm Rachel Chick. I'm a solicitor at the Environmental Defender's Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Brad Smith. I'm the Campaigns Director at the Nature Conservation Council of New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, all three of you. Would you like to start by making a short statement and keeping that to no more than 3 minutes? I might direct that question first to Mr. Witherow.
Certainly, thank you. Environmental Justice Australia is a not-for-profit public interest legal practice. We've been providing legal advice and representation to the community for over 2 decades on air pollution issues. We advocate for better air pollution laws at the state and federal level to protect the health of communities and the environment. Science tells us that there is no safe level of exposure to air pollution. The International Agency for Research on Cancer classifies air pollution as a human carcinogen. 2019 Global Review of the Health Study Evidence found that air pollution has the potential to damage every organ and every cell in the human body. Science does not support a safe level of exposure. Consequently, ambient air quality standards and emission limits are a reference level and not a safe level of air pollution. Even incremental improvements in air quality improve health outcomes. The costs to the New South Wales economy from air pollution from its coal-fired power station runs to the hundreds of millions of dollars every year. These are costs which are paid for by the New South Wales taxpayers and by communities which live locally to the air pollution generated by coal-fired power stations. However, the health impacts of air pollution from coal-burning power stations is not limited to the communities local to those power stations. Air pollution travels and impacts people hundreds of kilometres away in the form of a host of chronic disease and in some cases premature death. In the greater metropolitan region, which includes Sydney, Wollongong and Newcastle, New South Wales's power stations contribute 45% of the region's oxides of nitrogen and 84.9% of its sulphur dioxide. They also contribute significantly to solid particle pollution and are the third largest contributor to mercury pollution, contributing 4 times more mercury than motor vehicles. Unlike other sources of air pollution, significant gains are able to be made by regulating very few point sources of emissions, the power stations. In other jurisdictions, older coal-fired power stations have successfully complied with stricter emission limits as pollution reduction laws which protect human health have been implemented. Technology to meet contemporary emission limits is mature and widely used technology. Costs of installation have fallen over the decades. When first implemented in 2011, the US decisions around pollution controls were considered complex and difficult. As the technologies matured, the scientific, regulator, and industry consensus formed, settling on now what is accepted as the best practice pollution controls for coal-fired power stations. Similarly, in the EU, following the introduction of the 2010 Emissions Directive for large-scale combustion plants, regulators undertook lengthy and comprehensive reviews of the performance expected from the retrofit installation of pollution reduction technologies, which included extensive multi-year consultations with interested parties. Consensus was established and formalised in 2017 with the adoption of the best available techniques conclusions by EU member states. The work has been done around the world and the results are now settled. Technologies to reduce the health effects of emissions from coal-fired power stations are mature technologies which have now been retrofitted to power stations around the world for decades. New South Wales communities deserve modern air pollution standards which reflect what power station operators are able to achieve if they take reasonable steps to protect human health and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Chick, do you have a statement?
I do, yes. I should probably preface it by noting that there's some chainsawing happening next door to me, so I do apologise if you can hear that. So the Environmental Defenders Office, EDO, welcomes the opportunity to appear before this committee. EDO is keenly aware of the health impacts of coal and has written extensively on the need for effective regulation of air pollution across New South Wales. EDO strongly supports tighter standards for emissions from coal-fired power stations. Our submission identifies opportunities for strengthening emissions exceedance limits in New South Wales to better align with best practice and provides further recommendations on strengthening air pollution laws, including the regulation of greenhouse gases. Currently in New South Wales, the regulation of air pollutants, particularly from industry, is far from best practice. Coal-fired power stations in New South Wales are currently permitted under their EPLs to emit air pollution at levels many times the maximum prescribed in other jurisdictions, such as the European Union. For the air impurities identified in the bill, the proposed emissions limits still exceed those set in comparable jurisdictions, such as the European Union, but are much closer to best practice standards than any New South Wales power station is currently required to meet under its EPL. The proposed limits therefore represent a significant improvement on current standards and would have the additional authority be set out in legislation rather than by regulation. However, EDO would also support a mechanism to allow limits to be further reduced in future, with the aim to align with best practice limits, such as a requirement that industrial emitters use best available techniques or technologies. EDO supports the outcome that the bill is seeking to achieve, the strengthened regulation of coal-fired power stations. In addition, we note that the bill does not include a proposed limit or standard for greenhouse gases produced by the combustion of coal for electricity, particularly the production of carbon dioxide. Despite this, causing significant air impurity, which has a material impact on public health. We strongly recommend regulating carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions as air pollutants. In November 2020, we released a policy paper exploring opportunities for the EPA to regulate greenhouse gas emissions in New South Wales, called the Empowering the EPA to Prevent Climate Pollution. This report was annexed to our submission to this inquiry, and we refer the committee to the recommendations in that report, particularly in light of the Land and Environment Court's decisions in August this year in Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action and the Environment Protection Authority, which found that the EPA is required to develop objectives, guidelines and policies to ensure environmental protection from climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Smith, do you have a statement?
I do, thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to give evidence today. It's easy to assume in New South Wales that most of us enjoy clean, healthy air most of the time, and that means it's one less thing that we need to worry about in this state. But I urge the committee to scrutinise that assumption extremely carefully. All of us have looked out from a high rise in the CBD or from a hill over Western Sydney and seen the brown haze that hangs above our city. But have we stopped to ask what damage is that haze doing to the millions of people that are breathing that air in? Have we stopped to ask what's causing that pollution? What could we do to reduce it? Or what benefit the people of New South Wales would enjoy and how much better lives we would live if our air was cleaner still? The World Health Organization recently released new guidelines that help us answer those questions. So how does New South Wales air rate against the new World Health Organization guidelines? I can tell you this, not a single monitoring site in New South Wales met the new World Health Organization standard in 2020 for fine particle pollution. And most sites did not meet standards for other pollutants like PM10, coarse particles, or nitrogen dioxide. The World Health Organization is telling us that we need to fundamentally shift our tolerance for any source that puts pollution into our air. That includes most of the things we burn, whether that's wood heaters, diesel and petrol cars, or coal-fired power stations. Those are the three largest sources of that pollution that we suffer, especially in the greater Sydney region. We already have the tools, as the other witnesses have said, to rapidly reduce pollution, especially from coal-fired power stations. That technology is widely used around the world. There's no reason why we shouldn't be using it here. And for decades, the coal-fired power stations in New South Wales have been imposing a burden of disease on people living in the area, especially in the greater Sydney region. Those power stations are causing at least 100 deaths per year, and they pay nothing or very little for that damage. We have cleaner ways to generate electricity, we have for a long time, and so it's time to act on those health costs and end that economic distortion. We believe this bill is an effective way to fix that regulation. I quickly want to say that you'll hear later today from two power station owners, Origin and Delta, and they might tell you that the current regulations are strong and effective. They might tell you that they comply with their license conditions most of the time. They might tell you that they already pay for the pollution they emit. But I wonder if they can tell you why coal-fired power stations in New South Wales are not required to fit best practice pollution controls, while their colleagues in other countries like the USA, Europe, Japan, and many other countries fit those pollution controls and meet far stricter standards than we have in New South Wales. They might tell you that they pay fees for the pollution they emit, but can they tell you why the fees that they are charged are set at levels about 49 times lower than the health costs that that pollution is causing on the people of New South Wales? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd now like to open to questioning. So I think we might start with Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again to our witnesses for appearing today and for your submissions, and to each of you for all of the great work that you have done on this issue and others over the years. I wanted to start, I think, with you, Mr. Witherow. You talked about, there is a lot of pollution, and there's a lot of pollution we can't do anything about, or that we can, but it's going to take a long time. But when it comes to the pollution from coal-fired power stations, it's something we can actually easily do something about, isn't it? Could you explain to us exactly what would be required and what the benefit would be of installing best practice pollution controls?
Certainly. So, as the committee will hear, there's a large proportion of the pollution in New South Wales, and in particular in the Greater Sydney region, comes from only 5 sources, and that is the power stations. The technology exists to control, or sorry, to remove, by far the majority of that pollution, sort of in the realm, depending on the pollutant, of 90 to 95% of that air pollution, through the use of technologies which exist and have been around for decades. And as you have heard, and you will hear again, I'm sure, have been used in jurisdictions around the world. There are some challenges with installing them, but they're not insurmountable. And you'll probably hear from the power station operators on that. They'll say that it'll pose a risk to the national electricity market. There'll be significant outages and all these sorts of things. But the reality is that these technologies can be installed alongside the power stations while they're operating, and then during schedule outages, they can be installed with an engineering term, which is the tie-in period, which is sort of something like 6 weeks, where they actually tie the pollution controls into the existing power station sort of infrastructure. And the result of that would be, from relatively small number of emitters, only 5, significantly improving the air quality in New South Wales, and in particular in the Greater Sydney or Greater Metropolitan region. And there's no safe level of air pollution. And so while air pollution or air quality will never be perfect, it can be improved, and every single improvement represents a saving of the health burden and the disease burden for the New South Wales community.
So, as you say, there's 5 coal-fired power stations at the moment, soon to be 4 in New South Wales. By taking action at just 4 locations, we could reduce air pollution between 90 and 95% coming from those coal-fired power stations. So what would that have as an overall, I guess, impact on the quality of Sydney's and the Greater Sydney's air quality?
Well, it's difficult for me to quantify that, but I mean, if we know that, for example, close to half of the oxides of nitrogen and 86% of sulfur dioxides are coming from the power stations, we can say that that's air pollution that will no longer be headed into the Greater Sydney region. And it's the fine particle pollution which is especially dangerous. And oxides of nitrogen and sulfur dioxide go on to form particles in the atmosphere, which then come down into Sydney. So they transform from a gas form, or a condensable particulate as it's called, into a solid particle, which then join the particulate burden in the Greater New South Wales region. So it would make a significant difference to the air quality in New South Wales, and perhaps more importantly, the health impacts.
Ms. Boyd, I might be able to provide a direct answer to that question about how much pollution would be reduced. So you'll hear later in the day from some scientists who have worked to quantify that reduction. So, for example, Dr. Richard Broom, who I think is the last witness you'll hear from, did a study in 2017. And that study found that by fitting nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide pollution controls to the power stations, that would have a health benefit of $2.5 billion in the Greater Sydney metropolitan area. And that it would reduce premature deaths by around 40 deaths per year. There's been other estimates, a more recent one also done by scientists at the then Office of Environment and Heritage, which found that coal-fired power station pollution was responsible for around 19% of the man-made air pollution. That's the fine particle pollution, which is most harmful to health in the Greater Sydney area. So that's the sort of reductions that.
Sorry, I was on mute. I was the first one to do it today. So thanks for that. I guess, you know, sometimes when we propose reforms like this, the sort of response we get, particularly from industry, is, you know, this is how we've always done it. You know, this is been our practice for however long. Is it the case that the awareness around the health impacts of air pollution has increased markedly in the last sort of, you know, even the last 5 years, but in the last decade? Can you talk about sort of what we know now around air pollution impacts that we just didn't know 10 or 20 years ago? I'll go to you first, Mr. Smith, if you'd like.
Thanks, Ms. Boyd. I think it is fair to say that, and certainly I think the World Health Organization's guidelines certainly show that. When they've released these new guidelines, they said the reason that they have tightened their guidelines very significantly is because there is now a vast body of evidence that shows that, as other witnesses have said, there is no safe level of pollution, and even at low levels, pollution is extremely harmful. And they say by meeting the guidelines that they set, millions of lives can be saved every year. So certainly the awareness in the science has improved dramatically. And there's been studies in Australia that have helped to improve our understanding. A large study was done on the impacts of nitrogen pollution on children, which found that even at very low levels, nitrogen dioxide pollution caused more cases of asthma. And we've used that research to show that coal-fired power station pollution around the Central Coast and Lake Macquarie region, where two coal-fired power stations were cited, is responsible for around 650 cases of childhood asthma every year. So certainly the science has come a long way, but I think also awareness in the public has changed. We all went through the Black Summer bushfires now almost 2 years ago. We all experienced days, probably for the first time, of breathing hazardous air pollution. And we saw hospital admissions skyrocket. We saw thousands of people going to hospital with asthma. Around 445 deaths were attributed to breathing in the smoke from those bushfires. Children were born preterm and underweight. These are all the impacts of air pollution. We see them on those hazardous days. Perhaps the thing that people are less aware of is that those impacts are also happening when we're breathing in lower levels of air.
Thank you. I guess it's it's that invisible pollution aspect. At least during the fires, we could all see it. So I'll just ask you, Mr. Witherow, with that increased public awareness and with the increasing body of evidence about the health impacts, what do you make of the government's latest reiteration of the clean air regulations, which have come out just recently after 11 years of not being updated? Do you think they reflect the science?
I think that the current proposed amended limits in the Act go a long way to reflecting best practice, but they still don't go far enough, as was foreshadowed by Ms. Chick. And you'll see we've proposed amendments which we think better reflect both the science, but also, and in consultation with engineers and US experts, we think is achievable by the power stations if they were to install and optimize pollution controls. Yeah, so I think I'll leave it at that.
Perhaps I could ask you, Ms. Chick.
Sure. So, as Mr. Witherow said, we don't believe that the current regulations adequately limit pollution from coal-fired power stations. Similarly, the proposed bill, although it's a significant improvement on what currently exists, we think still doesn't go far enough. In other comparable jurisdictions and the OECD guidelines, there is a requirement to use best available technologies or best available techniques to reduce emissions, and those that requirement is underpinned by guidelines on what best available techniques are, and provides guidance as well on limits, the limits that are achievable if those best available techniques are used. So we think that in addition to the limits proposed in the bill, that it would also be useful to provide a mechanism in the bill or in the Act to ensure that as technology improves, that emission reductions can continue to take place under the Act.
Thank you. Just one more question, then I'll hand over to my colleagues. Ms. Chick, do you think that there is a risk that with the, I guess, increasing amount of evidence that we have now, that there might be a legal action in the future against the authorities that failed to take action?
Well, we have already seen some legal actions. I referred in my opening statement to the Bushfire Survivors for Climate Change case, and that case found that the EPA has a duty to enact policies and guidelines to protect the environment in New South Wales from climate change. So that's an example of where legal action has determined that. And I think that in terms of air pollution and the impact on public health, yes, there is a risk, particularly in circumstances where there is evidence, widely known evidence of the health impacts of air pollution. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on now to questions from Ms. Cusack.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to ask the witnesses if they could expand more on the impact that pollution from the power stations located in the Hunter, why that is particularly affecting Western Sydney, perhaps just an outline of the movement of air and how that air can get trapped and how it can combine with other pollutants, and what happens in summertime when the temperature of that air is elevated. I just wondered if we could have just a clearer description of the facts or the science around this process. It's understandable, I think, that people in the vicinity of the power stations would be impacted, but I don't think it's understood in Sydney why it is so important here. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Cusack. I can have a crack at that one. I wonder if perhaps one of the air dispersion scientists will be able to give you a better description later today. But Sydney is effectively has power stations on two sides. So by Lake Macquarie, there's two power stations. In the Hunter Valley, there's two power stations, and then there's one at Lithgow on the other side of the Blue Mountains. And like you said, Western Sydney often has temperature inversions, which means that the polluted air is trapped in the Sydney Basin. The pollution from the power station goes up quite tall stacks into the air and disperses from there. And it disperses throughout the Greater Sydney region. And the best way that we know that that's the case is because the CSIRO did a study some years ago where they actually took samples of air pollution and studied them using their techniques with looking at the radioisotopes in the pollution to understand where the pollution came from. And they discovered that like Mr. Witherow said, that a very large fraction of the pollution was coming from the coal-fired power station. So, so I guess we have that evidence that that's where the pollution is coming from, and it is getting stuck in Western Sydney. You mentioned the effect that temperature has, and I suppose one of the more complicated things about pollution is often we say that the fine particles are the most harmful to people's health. That's PM 2.5. But it's also important to know that some of the other gases that the power stations emit, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, those gases in the atmosphere, with the addition of sunlight, then form particles, form these fine particles. So a large proportion of the fine particles that we breathe in come out of the power stations as gases and then form particles in the air, which then people breathe in and it harms their health. And then I suppose the other process that is a problem is the formation of ozone, which is another harmful gas that harms people's health. So that's some of the ways that coal-fired power station is causing people problems.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that tracking using the radioisotopes you referred to, not only can they confirm that these pollutants are coming from power stations, but I understand they're accurate enough to even tell you which power station you're emitting from. Is that your understanding?
I'm sorry, I can't comment on that. Perhaps you'll have to try one of the scientists later today.
I will. Thank you very much. And I'll yield that line of questioning till later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Cusack. We'll now move on to Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. My first question is to Mr. Smith. And Mr. Smith, I wondered if you, in a way, could answer, from your point of view, the question that you posed to us for the representatives of the power stations, which in a way is, why is, from your point of view at least, the New South Wales regulatory regime so different? You know, why, considering the work that has happened internationally, considering the work that has been done at the WHO, why are we so far behind?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think the answer is complicated. Perhaps, but there's perhaps some things that we can say. So, firstly, acid rain was a large problem in Europe and the USA. And so all these regulators went, what are we doing? Like, we have this big acid rain problem. And I think that was a problem we didn't have to the same extent in Australia because we didn't have the same concentration of industrial facilities that they had in those parts of the world. So some of the really strong regulations started as acid rain regulations and especially fitting flue gas desulfurization to remove the sulfur dioxide from the power stations came there. And I think part of it is this idea that in Australia we do enjoy generally pretty good air. Whereas I think the air pollution concerns in places like Japan, Europe, and the US were far earlier. And I guess you can talk about London where they had that pea soup air. London has that real history of pollution, and so I think I'm more aware about the need to try to reduce pollution than perhaps we are here. But I think the WHO advice really shows no, we're not an exception to this problem. We are suffering from the air pollution. It is coming from 100 kilometers away. People might not realize that, but that's a reality, and maybe that's why we've been a bit behind in regulating pollution to the same.
The other witnesses should feel free to jump in as well. But anyway, I'll just ask my next question. I think I think it was in your submission, Mr. Witherow, you talked about the option of potentially, for example, low interest loans to assist with some of the costs associated with implementing these new technologies. And I guess, that is an important issue here is, if we're going to look at additional regulations, there's going to be additional costs associated with that. And exploring some of the options for managing that is something that I think would be useful to do. So I just wondered if you could comment on that.
Sure. I think we made the point that that the operators are all investing in their power stations in various ways. We've got Vales Point seeking to expand their coal mine. We've got Bayswater seeking to expand their coal ash dam. So there's a very low interest environment at the moment for the operators to access capital in order to make these improvements, or to make these expansions, or however you want to characterize them. And we don't see any barrier about why they can't be doing the same thing with respect to pollution controls. I mean, the New South Wales power stations have got closure dates spanning sort of from 2029 through to 2042. So it's a not an insignificant amount of time there foreshadowing staying open. And what they'll say is, you know, we're nearing the end of our lives, why should we have to close and whatever, you know, this other stuff. But the reality is they're the closure dates which they've got foreshadowed at the moment, and they're profitable businesses with access to relatively cheap capital. And I think that the issues around financing of coal projects, I'm not sure those barriers would be in place if they were coming forward looking for finance to control toxic pollution from their stacks. I think that the issues with finance they have are around new power stations with new coal mines, these sorts of things.
Yes, that's right. I mean, I understand that some of the barriers that they may have had are because, you know, organisations that might be, you know, would ordinarily provide finance in that way, perhaps is becoming more environmentally conscious and conscious of the risks or problems associated with investment in expansion of those operations, that those same concerns would not be associated with, you know, investments that mitigated or directly mitigated environmental risk. Is that the point that you're making?
Yes, that's right. And I guess we did raise in our submission sort of the pathway that some of the United States jurisdictions went down, which was providing tax credits, grants, and also those sort of state-sponsored loans, I guess. But I'm not sure that's something that we would necessarily say is necessary or desirable in the New South Wales context. I think that they're all profitable businesses, and they're all potentially got access to fairly low cost of money at the moment. But I think would be historically one of the lowest costs of money we've ever had.
You finished, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Now move to Mr. Buttigieg and then come back to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. It's really just to follow up on my colleague's Rose's question, I suppose. So the obvious argument will be, look, what are you doing to us? We're already facing these insurmountable hurdles with regards to lowering emissions in the context of the goal of reducing global warming. We've got these closure dates. In order to maintain stability of the grid, we need baseload power, and now you're going to put these extra hurdles up against us as well. It's just not economically viable or sustainable for the industry. And if you want us to survive, to maintain network stability during that transition to a renewable economy, then you're going to have to lay off on this stuff. That would be the obvious argument that people would run, perhaps not in such blunt terms, but I just want to get your views on that.
Thanks, Mr. Buttigieg. I think it's a really important question. I might start off and then let others have their say. The first thing I want to say is that air pollution controls have already been effective. So Eraring Power Station, owned by Origin Energy, who you'll hear from later, in 2012 fitted low NOx burners. So that's changing the type of burner they have in the coal power station to emit less nitrogen dioxide. That pollution control was fantastically effective, far more effective than they thought it would be, or at least that they claimed it would be in their environmental impacts. So we did a study of the emissions from that power station over the last 12 months, and their emissions from nitrogen dioxide on average were below 300 milligrams per cubic meter. That's about 5 times lower than the license limits at most of the power stations in New South Wales, and already would meet far more stringent requirements than what they have in their pollution license. That was fitted in 2012. So for the last 9 years, that power station has economically competed in the market. You know, even though it's emitting about half as much nitrogen dioxide as all of the other power stations in New South Wales, who for the last decade have been causing asthma when they could have been running low NOx burners. So that's my first point. I think the second point is that, as I was saying before, this is a very large health cost that currently is being externalized onto the community. And in my view, that's an economic distortion. Today, another proposal for a pumped hydro facility at Bathurst was put forward, around 300 megawatts. And so we now have 4 projects in the Lithgow area that add up to more dispatchable power than is currently produced by the Mount Piper power station in Lithgow. So we have this, you know, this option. We can keep running the Mount Piper power station at Lithgow, which produces 1,400 megawatts of dispatchable power, or we could change to these other 4 proposals, 2 pumped hydro proposals and 2 battery proposals. That would produce more dispatchable power. They provide more flexibility to the grid, and they do so with 0 emissions. So how can we incorporate that health benefit that those power stations, those clean power stations, would, you know, put onto the community, those billions of dollars of health costs that they would save, other than by regulating the coal power stations correctly?
Nick Witherow. Yeah, I'd just like to add a little bit to Mr. Smith's answer, and I guess I've got 2 points to make. The first is that the power stations, in our view, consistently overestimate the costs and underestimate the costs of the associated benefits. And we detail this in our submission, but just to run you through it. So in 2019, the Australian Energy Council, on behalf of the power station operators, produced a report whereby they estimated the cost of retrofitting fabric bag filters to the power stations per 720 megawatt unit at $67.8 million per unit. Now, the costs of these technologies are coming down, they're not going up. And in 2007, Delta reported that the actual cost of installing 2 units at 660 megawatts was $55 million. So we think that the costs are consistently overstated by the power stations, or overestimated by the power stations. And that's one of our recommendations to the committee, is that these costs should really be examined quite carefully to test the veracity of these claims made by the operators about the actual costs associated with them. The second point is that the current limits for fine particle pollution coming from the New South Wales power stations is set at 50 micrograms per cubic metre. Now, we're proposing much lower limits, but the question remains, they've got fabric bag filters already attached to these power stations, and what is it about the operation of those fabric bag filters, which means they can't already be achieving the proposed limits for fine particle pollution, which are set in the which are proposed in the Clean Air Bill. There's something going on with the operation of these filters, which they're not being operated as effectively as they could be, or as effectively as they could be, with probably quite minor upgrades or changes to the systems in which they operate.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to questions from Ms. Boyd and then Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on that then. So we hear a lot about the potential costs, and we seem to be talking tens of millions. If we took a more conservative position, perhaps we'd be looking at, what do you think, about 300 million, something like that per station? Do you have any sort of broad cost in mind of what that would be, or do we really need to do the research? I'll start with you, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Boyd, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I think Mr. Witherow's point is important, and that is that the cost of these technologies has been coming down. So as countries like China and India now require flue gas desulfurization, and selective catalytic reduction to be fitted to power stations. It's being rolled out at a much larger scale, and so I expect the cost of those technologies has come down significantly in recent years. Some of the qualified power stations have been required by the EPA to do studies of the costs of fitting those technologies, so they will have estimates. I think we've looked at some of those estimates. Some of them have been deemed commercial in confidence, so we don't have all of the numbers in front of us. Yeah, but I think it is worth studying what the cost is of those, now that those technologies have been coming.
I could, sorry, Ms. Boyd, you're on mute.
I've done it twice now. Thank you. It was a long week. On the assumption that we're looking at around 300 million, let's just use that as an example. And perhaps this is a question to you, Mr. Witherow, that if each power station was to borrow funds at the low rates available at the moment, we might be talking $30 to $40 million of cost over a 10-year period for them to install this technology, versus what we think is around $2.4 billion worth of health costs that are currently, that we could save, I guess, per year. All regulation will impact on business and on the business bottom line, but there's a balance to be struck here. I guess the question is, do you believe that it is reasonable for the government to impose this cost on these power stations at this time, given the health costs?
It's a good question, and I think it would be open to the committee to determine, or to form a view rather, that if the power stations intend on closing, then it is unreasonable to expect them to install pollution controls. And this is what's happened in the United States jurisdiction. So they've set dates in the future for when stricter limits need to come in, and then they enter into a negotiation period with the power stations and effectively exchange early closure for an exemption for a very limited period of time. And you'll see that reflected in our submission, where we think we need to set a date in the future when these limits would come into play. And that's for two reasons, I guess. The first one is to allow them to sort of schedule, plan, and implement if they are going to go ahead and install pollution controls. But the second is to allow them to make these commercial decisions about whether or not it's actually viable for them to continue if they need to go ahead and install pollution controls. And that then gives the market and AEMO time to schedule those outages or those early closures and plan accordingly. But I think it's absolutely reasonable to set those sorts of limits and those sorts of parameters with respect to these pollution controls, because the reality is they're making a lot of money and they're externalizing the cost of doing so. And we can talk about the economic costs of it, but there's also a very human cost.
Absolutely. I'll just see if the other witnesses would like to comment on that general sort of the balance of costs between health and the cost to the power stations, and then I know that my colleague Ms. Cusack has a question, so we'll go to her after. Mr. Smith, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, thank you. I think the question of whether it's reasonable to require the power stations to fit best practice controls, in a way, is the same as the question of, do we believe the people of New South Wales have the right to breathe healthy air? And I think most people would say the answer is yes. I agree with Mr. Witherow's point around the need for flexibility around the timing of installing these technologies, of making sure that businesses have time to come up to the standard. But if power stations in other jurisdictions have been able to roll out best practice pollution control technologies, I see no reason why power stations in Australia shouldn't be required to do this.
Thank you. Ms. Chick?
Yes, from a regulatory perspective, arguably, well, not arguably, these sorts of measures are consistent with the Act, consistent with the objects of the Act. So one of those of which is the principles of ecologically sustainable development, one of which is the polluter pays principle. So as Mr. Withrow and Dr. Smith have said, at the moment, power stations are externalising the cost of their pollution onto the community who are bearing the cost. The polluter pays principle requires that, as the name suggests, that polluters bear the cost of their pollution, and fitting pollution control devices to remove pollution, yes, is a cost on power stations, but it's also removing that cost from the community, and is therefore in accordance with the polluter pays principle. And that's one of the things that the Act is set up to ensure. So the load-based licensing system is meant to do this, but you've heard evidence today that the costs are too low for that to actually happen. And so failure of a sort of market-based mechanism like that means that maybe now it's time to be more prescriptive about that to meet the polluter pays principle.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to Ms. Cusack.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to direct my question to Mr. Withrow and just actually advance that discussion we're having about externalising the costs of pollution. When I was at school back in the 80s, we were taught there were only two free public goods. One was air and one was water, and this was because they were unlimited. And it's an understatement to say that now in 2021, we think very differently about both of those items. So in terms of economics, those items are now being priced very much. I'm talking about taking a really hardline market approach here. There are other reasons, but just from an economic market approach, it is fair to say that we have moved in a direction now of capturing the true costs of those items. They're perhaps not new costs, they're just costs that haven't been recognised in the past. And so can I just put it to you, would you say that incorporating the true costs, including those costs that the public are bearing in terms of health, for example, into the cost of power production, internalising those costs would assist us to better price the actual production of power by these power stations, and that could lead to improvement all by itself?
Well, I think if I understand your proposition, I think that's right, that that there is a cost of producing power, and some generators pay that cost. There's a cost of generating the power. Those costs are not the same for all generators, because some are accessing sun, some are accessing wind, and some are accessing coal. The power stations which are accessing coal are not paying the full cost, whereas the other generators are. They're not paying the human and health costs of that. And in order to compete on a level playing field, they should be paying that cost. And it also will have the effect of improving health outcomes for literally millions of people.
And this would make renewables more competitive in many respects in the energy market? Because in fact, I guess what I'm suggesting is that it's in fact the power stations that are getting the massive public subsidy here. It just hasn't been correctly captured in the past. And these costs are actually quite enormous.
Well, I think that's right. I think that every time someone is let off the hook for an expense which someone else is bearing, then they are getting it. When that expense is met by the public purse, they are in effect getting an indirect public subsidy.
Thank you.
Ms. Cusack, could I just add something briefly on that point? I think that's exactly right. This is a large subsidy from the public to these coal-fired power stations. And probably later today, you'll hear the power stations argue that they require that subsidy in order to keep power bills down. But again, I would say that that's a spurious argument. And if we look a little bit into history, just a couple of years ago, AGL and Origin, the biggest coal power station operators in New South Wales, were making very large profits, $500 million a year they increased their profit by. That's because they were able to charge more for the power that they were selling than what it cost them to produce the power. They made a big margin. Now the situation is very different. Those power stations are making much lower profits, and most of them are staring down the barrel of not being profitable because wholesale prices for electricity have halved in that last couple of years. The future is uncertain. The Liddell power station will close its first unit in less than 6 months, and the other 3 units shortly after. Will that mean that wholesale prices recover slightly and these coal-fired power stations make more profit? We don't know, and it's impossible to predict the future. But what we do know is that these power stations have a plan to continue operating to 2035 in the case of Bayswater. In the case of Vales Point, the owners say that they want to keep that running indefinitely and have a life extension plan to 2049. On the other hand, perhaps it'll be unprofitable by 2020. We don't know the answer to that, but we do know that in the next 5 or 10, 20 years, or however long they keep operating, every year they'll be causing the deaths of hundreds of people, and that's a big subsidy that should be taken away.
I would like to ask a question. I think all of you could possibly answer this. I do. In the submissions, I did see a reference to this. Has it been considered that there's a similar narrative to asbestos with what's going on here with the pollution from these facilities? In the narrative of what happened with the whole asbestos story, which led to obviously class actions, etc. Is there a similar narrative here in any way?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, our understanding of the health impacts of this pollution has changed rapidly, and I think that was the case with asbestos. Whether or not that will lead to class actions, I might leave that to the lawyer.
Anybody else wish to comment on that from the witnesses? So I might move now to Ms. Boyd. We have 6 minutes.
Well, I was unprepared for another round of questioning, Chair. So unless someone else wants to ask a question, I will come up with one.
That's fine. There's nothing. No, if the evidence has been so sharp and pointed that we haven't had to, that we can finish a little bit early, then unless any of the other
Mr. Chair, I
members
have a question.
Great, thank you, Ms. Cusack.
Definitely. Again, I'd just like a historical context here. These power stations were mainly built by taxpayers and have gone through a period of what some would refer as contracting out or privatisation or what. But how important do you think it has been to separate regulation from ownership in order for us even to be having these conversations today?
Ms. Cusack, I think this goes a little bit to the question that Mr. Buttigieg asked earlier as well, or perhaps it was Ms. Jackson, around why the power station is not being regulated more stringently. And I would say that even since the power stations have been privatised, the regulations really haven't kept pace with the science and our understanding of the harm that's been caused. So the Protection of the Environment Operations Regulation, I understand it came into effect in 2010, and it has not really been updated or significantly altered in that time. The Clean Air Regulation did have some forward-looking parts. So in 2012, it has a ratchet mechanism built in. So in 2012, some of the oldest facilities in the state were required to meet new standards, so that there was this continual improvement in New South Wales. But unfortunately, 2012 was a long time ago, and there's been no ratchets since. There's been no review, there's been no improvements in that act. And so in the regulation, I think it's well out of date for a review. There's pollution groups, so old facilities, group 3, that doesn't have any date at which time those stations will be required to come up to scratch with more recent or more appropriate pollution control. So I think, the last significant improvement we saw was at Araring, like I said, in 2012. That power station was still owned by the state government at that time. So sadly, I don't think we can say that privatisation has necessarily helped the regulator to regulate these facilities more stringently. In fact, I would say the regulator has been very unwilling to use its powers to regulate these power stations, and I think that's why this bill is appropriate.
Okay, so taking that forward in terms of a governance model for the ideal way of proceeding forward. I mean, I know, for example, that IPART does a lot of the reviews in relation to pricing, and it plays an important role. How can we get these costs legally incorporated into the regulatory framework so that they are actually captured and priced in? And it just seems to me that once those costs can be internalised, that then the power stations themselves have a huge financial incentive to stop polluting. But at the moment, there is no incentive for them to do that.
Yeah,
Can you
absolutely.
comment on the governance?
Absolutely. I think you've hit the nail on the head. And there are several different ways to do that, to regulate this effectively. One of the ways is the load-based licensing scheme that we have in New South Wales, where polluters are required to pay for their pollution. So each of the power stations each year pays several $1 million to account for the thousands, hundreds of thousands of tonnes of toxic pollutants that they put out. Unfortunately, those fees are set at a level that's far below the health costs. So Doctors for the Environment did a calculation and found that those fees are set at a level 49 times too low. So by increasing the cost under the load-based licensing scheme, that's one way of internalising those costs, and that might drive power stations to fit pollution controls. It might drive them to change their operations. It might drive some of the more polluting power stations to just withdraw from the market and allow cleaner technologies to come into place. So that's one option, but unfortunately, that scheme hasn't been reviewed. It's been under review since 2017, almost as long as I've been in my job, and we've seen no progress on that. So that's another case of where the government and the regulator has been
okay. So
to fix
just looking at that, then what would be a good way for load-based pricing to be undertaken? I mean, I kind of have a sense it's a bit of a behind closed doors negotiation between regulators and industry. Do you think perhaps there could be more transparency around that? So my background is economics, and I'm really keen to understand how we can have market settings that are going to assist us to solve the problems. Because regulation, very, very prescriptive regulation, it just seems a last resort to me. Can we get the settings right in the process of determining genuine prices?
Sorry, Ms. Cusack, I just have to come in there because Ms. Boyd just would like to ask a very quick question. Would you mind taking that question on notice, Mr. Smith, and other witnesses? Was that okay? Thank you very much. Ms. Boyd, a very quick question.
Sorry, just super quickly, it appears from the answers being given that people may not be aware of the latest clean air regulation that was released in the last couple of months, where the schedule in relation to the particular limits that we're discussing in context of this bill have not been updated. Were you aware of that new new regulation?
Ms. Boyd, yes, I was aware. My understanding is that the regulation was due for review and it was automatically repealed under the sunset provisions. My understanding is it's only been renewed for 1 year, and hopefully that will give the EPA and the Minister the chance to actually review that bill, because it desperately needs it, absolutely. And so just to go back to Ms. Cusack's point, I think this bill would achieve effectively the same outcome as internalising those costs through the LBL scheme, the load-based licensing scheme. But one way to ensure that scheme is priced effectively is I think you're right, to commission a study about the actual health costs of that pollution and set the fees accordingly.
Okay, on that note, I'm sorry we'll have to conclude with your evidence. Thank you, witnesses. It's been extremely helpful. And so we'll now close this particular part of the section of the inquiry. We'll now move to our next witnesses. Witnesses for coming to this inquiry or making yourselves available for this inquiry. If each witness could just introduce yourself and your position and either take an oath or an affirmation. Dr. Ben Ewald, just correct my pronunciation, please, if necessary.
Hi there, good day. I'm Dr. Ben Ewald. Are you hearing me okay? Yep. So I'm Dr. Ben Ewald. I'm a GP in Newcastle and a member of Doctors for the Environment Australia. So do you want me to do the affirmation first up? I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Chair, you are on mute.
Sorry. Thank you very much. And Dr. Christine Cowie.
Hello, I'm Christine Cowie, Dr. Christine Cowie. I'm a Senior Research Fellow with the University of New South Wales South West Sydney Clinical School and also with the Woolcock Institute of Medical Research. My affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Dr. Ewald, would you like to give a short statement, please, of no longer than 3 minutes? You don't have to, but if you have one, that it's welcome.
Yeah, okay. So the proposed bill sets new limits on pollution from coal-fired power stations. The limits are at approximately 1/8 of current levels for gases and 1/5 of current levels for particles. The new limits would bring New South Wales into line with jurisdictions in Europe, North America and North Asia. As a doctor, I'm interested in the health effects of these pollutants. The gases, nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide, are respiratory irritants, and the fine particle pollution increases the risk of cardiovascular disease as well as having effects on fetal growth and diabetes and various other diseases. About 15 years ago, when electricity generators all belonged to the New South Wales government, the last 2 plants using old electrostatic precipitators, which were Liddell and Bales Point, were upgraded to the much more effective fabric filters. One of my patients here in Newcastle was a power station engineer working there at the time, so I asked him why this was done. He replied it was the right thing to do. The technology has moved on since those plants were built. So things have moved on again, both in pollution controls and in understanding the epidemiology of health effects of air pollution. So part of this new understanding about air pollution was summarised in 2016 by the United States Environmental Protection Authority, publishing a new integrated science assessment on the health effects of nitrogen dioxide. After reviewing the world literature, they classified chronic NO2 exposure as a cause of respiratory disease. They go to a lot of pains to establish this is not just an association, but a causal association. In a similar effort, the WHO recently revised their standards for ambient air quality. While many standards were changed, the one I want to focus on is the annual limit for nitrogen dioxide. Australia recently revised our standard down from 30 parts per billion to 15, but WHO revised theirs from 20 parts per billion down to 5 parts per billion. So a much stricter standard. In their statement, WHO recognises there's no threshold of effect, so 5 parts per billion is not a safe level, but a level that gives substantial protection from risks of exposure. I've done some calculations on the health burden of NO2 on the prevalence of asthma in children, based on modelling of the power station contribution to annual average NO2 exposure across the New South Wales local government areas. So the LGA was the highest NO2 from power stations was Lake Macquarie, where all power stations together contribute 2.5 parts per billion to the annual average NO2 level. So this exposure would be the cause of asthma for 6% of children with asthma. And since asthma is quite a common disease, that works out to about 321 cases of asthma can be attributed to that exposure in the Lake Macquarie LGA. This occurs even though the ambient air in that local government area meets Australian standards and probably even the new WHO standards. So things have also moved on in pollution controls. I understand that selective catalytic reduction is a post-combustion treatment that can be bolted onto an old power station and can be 90% effective And this sort of technology is required on all coal power stations in advanced countries around the world. So I think it's high time such controls were required in New South Wales for any power station that is going to continue generating for more than a few years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cowie, would you like to give an opening statement at all? I think you're on mute, Dr. Cowie.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I would. Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to provide evidence at this inquiry. I did, in my introduction, forget to also mention that I'm here representing the Centre for Air Pollution, Energy and Health Research. And it's a National Health and Medical Research Council funded Centre of Research Excellence. The centre brings together more than 30 health and air pollution researchers from at least 7 universities. And it's the only research group of its kind nationally to bring together researchers focusing on the health impacts of air pollution. And our expertise lies in epidemiology, exposure assessment, toxicology, biostatistics and clinical respiratory medicine. So broadly, CAR supports measures which have the impact of making air safer to breathe. And that includes tightening of current emission standards from coal-fired power stations in New South Wales. We know that fossil fuel emissions contribute to both short and long-term direct and indirect health effects. And so we recommend continual tightening emission standards from fossil fueled industries. And as part of this stance, we oppose strongly also the approval of new coal-fired power stations and other fossil fuel sources. Our submission succinctly summarises and provides some evidence for the statement that there is no safe level of air pollution. So given this, we advocate for continual exposure reduction to air pollution emissions. And the continual exposure reduction is really a stance that's been taken worldwide by other jurisdictions as well. Worldwide, there are recent studies that have investigated the effects of exposure to lower level air pollution, which are the levels that we typically see in Australia. And to date, that research indicates that even at these low levels, air pollution exerts an effect on health. Sometimes this is at the cellular level and seen in biomarkers such as inflammatory markers, and sometimes it's in health outcomes such as increased risk of asthma, lower lung function, increased risk of stroke or premature mortality. Of note, the World Health Organization has just last month issued revised air quality guidelines in light of, and I quote, the marked increase in evidence on the adverse effects of air pollution over the past 15 years. And also, quote, that studies in high-income countries with relatively clean air have reported adverse effects at much lower levels than had previously been studied. So the WHO guidelines are now more stringent than our national standards set through the National Environment Protection Measure for Air Quality. Locally in Australia, CAR researchers have demonstrated adverse effects in epidemiological studies at the levels currently experienced in Australian cities. And there are a number of studies in our submission, but there are quite a number more that we haven't included. So we have local evidence to suggest that there is no safe level of air pollution exposure in terms of human health. CAR's also published a number of health impact assessments, and the one most relevant to this bill is one published last year by Richard Broome et al. In 2020, and that modelled the health impacts of 8 major sources. That paper reported that power stations were one of the top 3 highest polluting sources of PM 2.5. And in the Greater Sydney metropolitan region, along with wood-fired heaters, which was found to be the most polluting source in on-road vehicles. The paper also estimated that power stations contributed to estimated that it contributed to 45 premature deaths annually, which equated to 620 years of life lost. Years of life lost is a measure which takes into account the age at which the deaths occur. So this is despite power stations usually being sited away from large population centres. And while the paper indicated that it modelled the actual PM2 concentrations and indicated that for power stations, those concentrations peaked in low population density locations, Beyond those locations, concentrations were spread fairly evenly across the greater metropolitan region, mainly because of atmospheric transport. In addition to the PM2.5 emissions, the paper estimated that NO2 and SO2 emissions, so nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide emissions, which are linked to secondary particle formation. So it estimated that those emissions were associated with 38,000 and 14,000 years of life lost respectively, at a cost of 1.8 billion and 0.66 billion respectively. So the other thing to note is that these estimates are based on mortality impacts only, and they haven't estimated
Dr.
other health
Cowie,
impacts.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's just that we only have 35 minutes left for questions. So I think if you can table your statement, then we'll be taking, the committee will be taking equally as much notice of it. So just so we can move on to questions, I think do you mind if we wind it up there?
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. I might just start off with a question. I think I did see an indication of that in the submissions, but in order to gather data about the health impacts, whether it be an acute respiratory state, or whether it be chronic, or as much as many of the other symptoms and effects that you've described. Have you noticed any resistance to providing data in your gathering of data from unusual quarters like health departments or hospitals?
Are you addressing that to myself?
To both of you. Either of you, if you could answer that question, if it's a question for which you have an answer.
I can go first.
Yes, sure, Dr. Cowie, if you'd like to answer first.
In terms of routinely collected data like hospitalisations and mortality data, there's a process that needs to be gone through, and submissions need to be made to ethics committees in health organisations, and you usually have to pay for the data. Sometimes the data is free. Sometimes if it's linked to existing health cohorts, you'll need to pay for the data linkage. But there is a standardised process to go through for obtaining routinely collected health data.
Those estimates that Christine was quoting from Richard Broome, and my numbers about asthma cases in the government areas, they're based on applying what's known from international literature to the observed air quality exposure that we have locally. So this is not done by counting up the number of children turning up in Wyong Hospital with asthma. It's done by applying what we know from the world literature. How much asthma would we expect given that much amount of NO2 exposure or particle exposure? So it's called a health impact assessment method, and it's not based on counting the cases of disease in New South Wales.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I might move.
We're looking at mortality, sorry, it does use actual mortality statistics.
Great, thank you very much. I might now go to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to both of you for coming along today, for your submissions and for your extensive work in this area. We have a lot to thank you for. Perhaps I could start with you, Dr. Ewald. I have read your original study on this. To kind of, I guess, summarise it, if this bill was to be enacted and the coal-fired power stations in New South Wales were required to install this pollution filtering technology, how many lives do you think would be saved every year?
That's a tricky question because we don't know the total reduction of pollution that would occur compared to what's allowed now. So these standards are for the maximum allowable chimney stack concentration and how that would relate to a change in exposure in ambient air out where people live. That's a complex relationship. When I estimated the mortality burden from particles from power stations in New South Wales, I got a much larger number than Richard Broome did. I got about 280 deaths per year. So that was based on particle characterization work done by David Cohen from ANSTO. So there's different ways of estimating this. The health impact assessment part of it, from how much air pollution to how many deaths, that's fairly standard methods, and I think we would agree on that. The difference is in the modelled exposure to the air, how much pollution we think people are exposed to. So from my figure of about 280, I think meeting the standards proposed in the bill would get rid of about 3/4 of that. But that's an approximation. And likewise, from if we take Richard Broome's estimate of 45 deaths per year, then 3/4 of those would be reduced by enforcing these new limits on power stations. Of course, not all power stations are equal because it's dependent on wind directions. So the summer conditions that favour sulphate particle production are associated with more likely northeasterly winds, and that blows the pollution from the Central Coast power stations down to Sydney, where large numbers of people are exposed. So the Central Coast power stations will have a larger health burden than, say, Mount Piper out in Lithgow, or the Upper Hunter power stations that are much further away. So it hasn't been exactly quantified, how many deaths per terawatt hour of production each power station produces. But I think that the burden is greater from the power stations that are upwind of Sydney and that have a large surrounding population. So many more people live near the Central Coast power stations than they do near the Lithgow power stations or the Bayswater, the Muswellbrook power stations.
I appreciate that you are a researcher and very precise. And I'm trying to, I guess, make a more general point. But do you think then it would be fair to say that if we installed, or if the power stations installed the technology that would be required, or let's put it another way, if they were to comply with the limits proposed in this bill, that we would be likely to save at least 200 lives a year across the state?
Yeah, that's a reasonable guess based on my estimate of mortality. But I think that, that it's as likely that Richard Broome's estimate of mortality is also correct. So it might be 2/3 of that number. So
what was his mortality?
200 less deaths based on my numbers, or 30 less deaths based on Richard Broome's numbers.
Still a lot of lives either way.
Substantial.
Do you have perhaps an idea of the reduction in the numbers of children presenting with asthma as a result of those pollution emissions technologies being installed?
If the scrubbers the NO2 scrubbers can eliminate 90% of the NO2 releases, then we would get about that same reduction in the local numbers of children whose asthma can be attributed to that exposure. So for Lake Macquarie, there's probably be 300 less children with asthma if we could get those NO2 scrubbers installed. That's in that LGA, and an equal number from Central Coast LGA.
Right, and then statewide, it's harder to.
Look, I haven't done the numbers statewide.
That's okay.
I have published an analysis of this, and I can send that to you.
I think that's incredibly useful because it gives us, who aren't scientists, a bit of an idea of exactly what the impact is at the moment of not requiring these power stations to install this technology. So I think that's incredibly useful information. Thank you. I have lots more questions, but I'm very keen to let my colleagues ask some questions first. So Chair, perhaps if you could come back to me, that would be very useful.
Sure. So we'll now move to Ms. Sharp for questioning, and then Ms. Cusack.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming to the inquiry today. I've got two questions. My first question is around, and I think Dr. Cowie sort of reflected this, is really what were the transition arrangements in other jurisdictions in relation to this? Obviously, you know, it's quite costly. There's a lot that needs to be done in relation to installing the new technology. You're also obviously aware about how old and clapped out our coal-fired power stations are as well, with very limited life. So I'm just, are you able to provide any information about some of the transition arrangements that have been put in place as people have installed the new technology?
We don't have expertise on that particular issue itself. I mean, it's really more of an engineering type expertise that you're asking.
No, I know that you're doctors, that's fine, but I just thought, given that you've looked at it so much, you might actually just have some reflections for us.
I mean, I do know that the EU brought in new regulations or new limits in 2017, I think, 2017 or 2018, requiring stricter limits over there, which I believe are stricter than what we currently have here in New South Wales.
Yes, most places are stricter than us, where, you know.
Yeah, I can't, we're not expert in terms of the other transitions overseas.
Okay. That's fine. Well, then my second question, and this is my last question, is in terms of comparing the proposed limits with international standards, my reading of the bill and my understanding is that it's not sort of, I suppose it's not strictly true just to say that this would bring New South Wales into line with other jurisdictions. It's my understanding that this would set much tougher standards than other jurisdictions. And can I just test my understanding? What I'm saying, and just look, full disclosure here, previously I haven't been back in this portfolio for very long, and this is not my work, so I just want to just check this stuff. So for solid particles, for example, the proposal in the bill is the 20 micrograms, and EU is 50, China is 30, and the US is 125. Are you able to confirm that for me?
The standards for power stations in various places were in the original DEA submission, which I haven't got in front of me at the moment. But yeah, there's a table in there setting out the standards in various places. I think the New South Wales standards for particles are actually quite good. The particles are not currently the problem. It's the sulfur dioxide and the nitrogen dioxide that remain the problem. And like my engineering patient said, 15 years ago, they did put in the particle filters at Liddell and Bales Point, and certainly Bayswater and Mount Piper and Eraring had those from new, because they were built later. That was
that's right
at that time. So we don't have a primary particles problem from power stations. We've got a SO2 and NO2 problem, and of course those gases form particles, secondary particles in the atmosphere. So it ends up as a particle problem where people are breathing.
Yes, no, I've got that. So just then to just quickly go to, so for sulfur dioxide, in the EU is at 400 and China is 200 and the US is about 1500. Is that your understanding?
No, I think in the EU there is one standard for old plants requiring retrofit and another standard for new build plants. And they were all around the 100 and 150 kind of range. And in Japan, it was more like 50 milligrams per cubic meter.
No, that's great. No, thank you for that. I will go back to your submission and look at that detail. As I said, I've been confused, so you have helped me to go back and have a look at that. So thanks. There's nothing else from me.
So now go to Ms. Cusack.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the submission that you've made and for your evidence today. It is a very difficult in terms of the health burden, putting a monetary cost on that. And I suppose as someone coming from an economics point of view, I would see that as a helpful thing in terms of internalising these costs onto power stations so the true cost of their power could be reflected. But I guess as doctors, you don't want to be putting a price on any premature death. I assume that that's correct. And secondly, when we talk about premature deaths and years of life lost, isn't there a much greater cost in terms of quality of living for so many other people who, for example, can't even leave their homes on a high pollution day in Sydney?
There are standard methods for putting a value on the value of a statistical life. Those methods are set out by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and are standard economic methods. It's a little more complicated when you do what Richard Broome did and work out the sort of years of life lost in the future in all people currently alive today, and then discounting that back to present values. There's, I think, serious argument about the discounting methods used for that. But in terms of, so I did a previous piece of work looking at a system that New South Wales has called the load-based licensing system, which charges large emitters an amount per tonne of each pollutant that they release. And based on some work done by the people down at ANSTO at the Nuclear Science Organisation, looking at the sulfate particles collected in Richmond, you could work out how many deaths per tonne of exposure there was and work that out as a fee for the load-based licensing system. So they currently do pay a fee per tonne of SO2, but that fee would have to be 50 times higher to reflect the value of the health burden. So there's a mechanism there, but the numbers are all wrong. If the numbers were put up, in the case of SO2 by 50 times, then it would match the health burden. So that would be an effective method, but it's never.
Can you just unpack that a bit more for us? Like, how is that fee determined, and what is your role in that process? Because I think this is going to be a pretty key feature of our inquiry about underpricing in the load-based licensing system. Could you just give us a bit more detail around that?
New South Wales has a system of load-based licensing. We've had it since about 1997, I think. It's a very sophisticated design. It puts a price per tonne of pollutant on a whole range of different pollutants. So there's one price for nitrogen dioxide, another one for SO2, another one for particles, another one for mercury. The prices are all different, reflecting the relative toxicities of these things, although I don't know where that was derived from. Maybe Christine knows. And the fees, for a big place like Bayswater, I think they end up paying a fee of about $2 million a year for their pollution fees, but still that is a very small fee compared to the size of their operation. And for the one pollutant I looked at, the fee was way lower than the actual externalized cost borne by the community from that pollution exposure. So look, if the load-based licensing fees were increased to actually match the externality, that would be a very sophisticated way of regulating these pollutants rather than setting numerical limit values and saying, well, if you're above the value, you're no good, and if you're below the value, it's fine. And that would go to what Christine was talking about a continual exposure reduction method, where if you can properly internalise the costs, that leads to the lowest cost abatement and the most efficient improvement in health. But we've had the scheme for 20 years and the fees have never been set at a level that had any teeth. So the companies, the polluters just pay the fee and go on polluting.
So who is setting those fees, and does this bill do anything to address that problem?
No, this bill takes a different approach to the same problem. I think that having a set regulated limit is one approach, and having a fee imposed on polluters is a different approach, which would achieve the same end. So this bill is about setting a regulated number. The load-based licensing, it's legislated. There's regulations about it. It's all an official part of how New South Wales government works. It's just the numbers are wrong in terms of matching the health burden.
How could we correct those numbers? How can we rectify that?
I know that's outside my area of expertise. That's the politician's problem.
Okay, but they're not fees that are established by scientists, basically. In fact, the fees appear to be at odds with what the scientists and the medical experts are telling us. Is that a fair statement?
The load-based licensing, it came to my attention when a review of the licensing system was launched about 5 years ago. So I kind of learned up how it worked. But that review has been parked for the last several years and nothing seems to be progressing. So that would be an alternate way of solving the same problem. But yeah, I think that the current bill, you know, would get us there to big reductions in the health burden, or a more sophisticated load-based licensing system, which would apply across a whole range of industries, not just power stations. So, you know, there'd be benefits in taking that approach, but it would have to be toughened up a lot, and I'm sure there'd be opposition from some of those polluting industries.
Thank you. I just want to clarify one more thing. In terms of the health burden, these calculations are based on deaths and years lost. I guess I'm asking, is the bigger cost on quality of life factored into this at all? So on a heavy pollution day in Sydney, people are very impacted, particularly with respiratory illnesses. Some can't leave home. We've got the weather forecasters now telling us the pollution load to assist them with that. But is that aspect of public health burden being caught in the costing for load-based licensing?
I've seen analyses done from elsewhere in the world, from places in the US or Europe, where they've added up all the morbidity, you know, the days of asthma and the days of sort of symptomatic days, together with the mortality burden. And when you work out a very comprehensive cost analysis, it's always the mortality burden that dominates. So in a way, the monetary value ascribed to a day when a child has asthma and has to use a puffer is often a small monetary value. And when you add it all up across the community, it's the mortality estimates that dominate. So that's just the way economics are done. So yeah, look, I agree. There are days when it's very unpleasant to be outside. The worst particle days are during bushfires, of course. So the power station pollution is kind of a constant background level, and the really high peaks have always been through fire days. So, and there's work being done by the Asthma Foundation, for instance, on doing public education about how sensitive people can get through days like that, you know, without triggering off their asthma. And you know, there were deaths of people with asthma during the big, you know, Black Summer fires, of people whose asthma was set off and was very severe. So that's a separate piece of work. I think the power station pollution is a constant background that goes all year, but it's not responsible for those peaks.
Interesting. I'll just put my hand up and say, when my son was little, he was a severe asthmatic, and we were in the kids' hospital every winter. And eventually our family just made the decision we couldn't live in the air in Sydney, and we moved to the North Coast, and it actually solved the problem. But so I'm just curious to know if the impacts that this pollution has on families like that is captured in any way, but I suspect not. But thank you very much for the answer.
Just before I go to Mr. Martin, just want to ask a question. So you're talking about the when measuring the impact of harm on people from this, has it? You mainly talked about people who have died or treatment of asthma, but has it been calculated the number of beds in hospital, times in the number of beds in hospitals used for people to recover from the consequences? Is that part of the calculation as to the impact?
There was an estimate of that in one of Richard Broom's earlier papers about PM2.5 in Sydney, where they calculated a mortality burden and a hospital care burden for cardiovascular disease. So that work is out there, but I can't quote the numbers.
And was it just cardiovascular disease or respiratory disease as well?
I think in his work it was cardiovascular.
Okay.
When you look at the serious disease burden, it's a bit like smoking. everyone knows about smoking causing lung cancer and smoking causing chest disease, but in fact, smoking kills more people through heart attacks than it does through respiratory disease. And air pollution is a bit the same. The biggest burden is from heart attacks and strokes, and that's what kills people. So it's a pro-inflammatory state across the person's kind of physiology, rather than just affecting the lungs.
Thank you very much for that, very helpful. I'll now move to Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank you both not only for the time you've taken today for this inquiry, but for all your work in this area. And I might pick up on, in the same vein that my colleague Catherine Cusack just disclosed her family story, another colleague let me know that I should probably disclose my interest in this area. I grew up on the Central Coast. I still live in Terrigal. I have an acquired chronic lung condition. I've got my puffer here with me today. I need it every day. I'm 30 years old, and some days I struggle to breathe. Ms. Boyd started raising earlier the numbers of deaths. Could we talk a bit more about those who actually live with a chronic lung disease rather than just the statistics of who die at the end of the day from one? With these proposed technologies installed, what kind of a reduction in cases might we be able to see in the Lake Macquarie Central Coast area alone, or the wider Metro Sydney Basin? Dr. Yield, you mentioned 90% earlier, but we may well see a 90% reduction in cases if we see a 90% reduction in NOx gases. So how many people could that possibly equate to?
The 90% is the effectiveness of the selective catalytic reduction in reducing NO2. In my looking at child asthma, the power station NO2 was responsible for about 6% of the child asthma. Yeah. So if 90% of that was removed, we might remove 5% of child asthma, but not more than that.
Okay. So following on from that, can somebody recover and basically have reprieve from symptoms should these pollutants be removed? So for that 5%, for instance, where it's caused from the pollutants in their environment, in their area.
Certainly, if the NO2 is the trigger for a person's asthma, remove the NO2 and their asthma can well resolve. I mean, there are lots of other exposures. The biggest trigger for asthma, of course, is viruses, and the next biggest triggers are probably indoor pollution from gas stoves and gas heating. But then there's also outdoor ambient NO2 exposure, which is part of the mix. So, you know, different people will have different triggers, and removing the trigger will help the asthma get better. But, you know, it's hard to tell for an individual person what their trigger is going to be, and that depends on all their details. But yeah, look, I think there's a lot to do, you know, as a public health measure. You know, cleaning up that outdoor ambient air pollution is important. But as an individual measure, you know, I think the next thing people should be doing is turning off their gas connection, getting rid of their gas stove and their gas heaters, because that's also a potent trigger for asthma.
Okay,
there have
that's
also been studies in the States that have shown that children who've moved to communities with better air pollution have improved lung health, been able to improve their lung health as well, and vice versa. Children who moved to more polluted areas had resultant decreases in their lung function. So
Can I just ask a question there for clarification? Do we have data to show us how much this pollution actually causes the condition of asthma or any other serious respiratory disease, as opposed to how the pollution aggravates an existing condition? Can you kind of elucidate on that for us, or is the information there for us to find?
Certainly, I mean, we've known about air pollution being a trigger for asthma for quite a long time, and other respiratory diseases, but there's quite a lot of evidence now that air pollution is causative for asthma as well. In terms of, I I know that there are health impact statements from the states that have looked at traffic-related air pollution, for instance, being causative of, I think it was about 10% of the asthma burden. We were involved in a study that looked at gas heating and cooking and estimated that it was causative for about 11% of the asthma burden in children in Australia. I think the thing to note, though, is that these figures are that they are estimates. Science isn't black and white. It's often, you know, there are often measures of grey in here, and so putting exact numbers can be difficult. There's a measure of error around any of these numbers. So I guess where we sit in CAR is that any measure to reduce air pollution from any man-made source is a good thing, and it will contribute to better health. And we can give you estimates and numbers, but there will always be a measure of error around it. But it's still a worthwhile pursuit to reduce those air pollution emissions.
And it is
Dr. Ewald, before we go to Ms. Boyd, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, it's an important point that NO2 exposure in child asthma, it is both a cause of the child having asthma as a diagnosis and a cause of asthma attacks on any particular day. So there's both an acute effect and a chronic effect.
Thank you very much. That's very, very helpful and clarifying. And we certainly agree that science is never black and white. Always got to get the trends. Okay, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on that line of questioning then. I understand that in addition to our understanding of, you know, the impact of particular pollutants on human health, we also are getting a better understanding of the interaction of different pollutants when it comes to human health. Do you have any insight you can give us on the interaction between these, you know, the particular pollutants we're trying to curb with this bill, with pollutants that you might get from less preventable things? And I guess I'm talking about bushfires in particular. Is there a cumulative impact of those things?
They interact in the atmosphere at the same time, or do you mean day upon day accumulation of exposure?
Sorry, I'm talking about at the same time, as to whether those the chemical interaction creates something bigger than the I guess the sum being bigger than the two parts.
With particulate matter, I mean, the particulate matter consists of usually a carbon core, and upon it can attach a number of different toxic elements and compounds, and the source of the particulate matter will dictate what sort of compounds or elements are attached to it. So, for instance, traffic-related particulate pollution will have more vanadium in it, and it will be different to particulate matter being sourced from bushfires or particulate matter being sourced from power stations, which will have more sulfates and nitrous oxides on it, as well as probably heavy metals as well. So there are different elements, and there have been a number of studies conducted to try and disentangle which type of particulate pollution is more toxic. And there's still a long way to go with that. We don't have a really good handle, although I think there's probably enough evidence to indicate that any particulate matter from combustion sources exerts a more toxic effect than non-combustion sources like PM from dust or sea salt PM. There are some cellular studies that seem to indicate that PM from bushfires, for instance, might be more toxic than even from cigarette smoke. But I think there still needs to be a lot more evidence that comes out about that.
Just on that, you mentioned sea salt. One of the things I've been told by a particular air pollution expert actually was that when the sea salt molecules combine with some of the coal-fired power station pollution, it tends to weigh them down, and so you get this kind of falling more heavily on coastal towns sometimes than you would on in the sort of inner city. Is that something you've looked into, and the sort of rates around the coast versus sort of further inland?
We haven't looked into that, no. I mean, as particulate matter pollution travels, it will pick up other toxins and other pollutants and form secondary particulate pollution. And it's called aged industrial particulate matter, for instance. So that might have more chemicals absorbing onto the particulate matter. But I haven't seen any evidence at the moment to indicate that that's worse. Along the coast, you get a lot of sea salt PM, that's for sure, and that makes sense. And further west, you tend to get more wood heater PM.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the evidence behind what you've been.
No, that's fine. Sorry, it was a bit of a curly question. Just one last question to Dr. Ewald, if I could. One of my colleagues was asking before about the difference between the sort of load-based license regime and what is being proposed in this bill. They are the same in, I guess, only insofar as the load-based levies are sufficient to incentivise the coal-fired power station to actually install the filters. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
Yeah, the current load-based licensing system has ineffective fees. So it doesn't work. It doesn't achieve its stated goal. So either setting a numerical value that should not be exceeded, which is sort of what your bill does, or applying a fee that's adequate to alter production practices. You know, there are two ways to get to the same goal.
If, however, these coal-fired power stations were to look and say, oh, we might, at least one of our stations might close within a short period of time, they could choose instead to just keep polluting at the high levels and paying the higher costs. Could they not?
Yeah, under the current load-based licensing, the size of the fee is not significant to them. They'll pay the fee and keep polluting. Yeah, so the numbers are all wrong, and it would be a substantial increase, not just a little bit, 50 times greater. So.
Yeah. I think they'd probably prefer just to have the bill.
Yeah. And it is complicated. If Liddell, obviously, that's going to close next year, it wouldn't make sense to be putting pollution controls on Liddell. But other power stations that are going to keep going, if they're going to keep going for 5 or 10 years, then that's still a substantial health burden that should be avoided.
Thank you.
I think we're probably. I'm sorry, but we're probably going to need to conclude the inquiry, or this part of the inquiry at this point, unless you had something absolutely compelling to tell us, Dr. Ewald.
Oh, I was just going to make the point that the particle pollution has a day-by-day effect on health, and it also has a chronic effect on health, and they're studied by quite different methods. But the day-by-day effect is not nearly as big as the chronic effect. So the chronic effect of annual exposures is about 5 times bigger than the sum of all the day-by-day exposures through the year. So most of these health effects are based on the annual exposure across the whole year, and that is more related to the annual total that comes out of the chimney rather than what comes out in any 1 hour. So regulating, 1 hour average value at the chimney top, that is more related to day-by-day exposure, but it's the total annual tonnage that matters for the annual pollution exposure, and that is what really drives the health effects. So,
okay, so it's obviously cumulative.
It's the chronic cumulative effects that matter more than what is in any 1 hour.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's been extremely informative, your evidence, greatly appreciated. So we'll now adjourn until 12:30 for lunch, and I hope you have a great lunch. Good afternoon, everybody. Unfortunately, you can't see me at the moment, but that will soon be changed to your delight. But you can hear me. So I'd just like to commence the hearing to continue inquiry into the protection of the Environment Operations Amendment Clean Air Bill 2021. We have Mr. Greg Jarvis, welcome, Mr. Stephen Rigby, Mr. Greg Everett, Mr. Justin Flood. If you would please just like to commence by introducing yourself and your position and make an oath or affirmation. So, Mr. Greg Jarvis.
Yes, Greg Jarvis, Executive General Manager, Supply and Operations. An affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Stephen Rigby.
Hi, my name is Stephen Rigby. I'm the Asset Manager and Development General Manager for Origin. The affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Greg Everett.
Greg Everett, Chief Executive, Delta Electricity. Affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Justin Flood.
Justin Flood, Executive Manager, Sustainability for Delta Electricity. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure if each of you would like to make a short opening statement or whether you're going to make one together.
No, I think we're making separate opening statements. Look, I'll be happy to go first if that's okay.
Okay, and if you could keep them to a maximum of 3 minutes, please.
To identify himself.
Yep. And identify yourself when you do. So each time you've been asked to give evidence, you just identify who you are. Okay. Thank you very much. You can commence, Mr. Greg Jarvis.
Greg Jarvis, Origin Energy. Look, thank you for the opportunity to appear before this hearing. Origin is one of Australia's largest energy retailers, generators, gas suppliers and renewable energy companies. In New South Wales, we have a generation portfolio comprising coal, gas, hydro, wind and solar.
So Catherine seconded.
Eraring is Australia's largest coal-fired power station. As the NEM transitions to more intermittent renewable generation, Eraring will play an important role providing stability and reliability to New South Wales and the national electricity market. To reduce greenhouse gas emissions and transition to a decarbonised future, Origin has committed to exiting coal-fired power stations by 2032. However, we're not exiting the Eraring community. Our proposed 700 megawatt Eraring battery storage project is one of the largest battery projects under consideration in the world. New South Wales is taking a leading role nationally in ambitious action on climate change with its electricity infrastructure roadmap and electric vehicle policy. Renewables are clearly the lowest cost new electricity generation, and there is plenty of projects and growth potential. A decarbonising electricity system in New South Wales will have ample opportunity to grow at competitive prices and decarbonise other parts of the economy, including the transport and industry, and take advantage of low carbon economic growth opportunities. The challenge in this market is to keep the system reliable and affordable through this transition. Eraring's emissions of NOx and SOx, solid particulates and mercury are well below our EPA licence limits, and the plant's measured impact on ambient air quality complies with existing air quality standards which have recently been tightened for NOx and SOx. Eraring cannot meet the air emissions limits proposed by this bill for most of the listed substances. Origin has invested heavily in environmental controls at Eraring in recent years, including low NOx burners, while fabric filters remove 99.9% of particulate emissions. I've included a table that summarises Eraring's average and maximum emissions with reference to the current EPA limits and the limits proposed in this bill as an appendix to the written version of these opening remarks, and we will provide it to the Secretariat. Note that we do have 2 ambient air monitoring stations in the community around EPS, around Eraring, managed by Origin, as well as an EPA station at Morisset. And these do not indicate problems with local air quality other than those caused by bushfires. Origin contributed to a national study by the Australian Energy Council, which looked at the cost of implementing further pollution controls. The study found that indicative costs for installing this technology at Australian power stations would be cost prohibitive. It would be several $100 million per unit at Eraring, and such an imposition would likely result in the power station being closed, with significant impacts to reliability and affordability in the New South Wales electricity system. I think there is a very reasonable argument that given the limited remaining lifespan of Australian coal generators and the fact that Australian air quality is generally good by world standards, this is a disproportionately stringent standard to be considering. It is important that government and industry work together to make the transition to net zero as seamless as possible for customers. The renewables will be built and the coal plant will exit. Existing coal plant will have a critical role in maintaining a reliable and affordable supply of electricity through the transition to net zero. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rigby, do you have a short opening statement?
There's no opening statement from myself. That's Greg representing Origin.
Okay. Mr. Everett?
Mr. Flood will give Delta's statement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Justin Flood for Delta. Thanks for inviting us to appear here today. Vales Point Power Station has been operating in the Lake Macquarie region for over 40 years, and we appreciate the opportunity to present to you on the state of the local and regional environment with respect to air quality. Contrary to statements made in submissions in the second reading speech for the Clean Air Bill 2021, the Central Coast region has the best air quality in the Greater Metropolitan region, according to information published by the New South Wales Government. The influence by power stations on air quality of other regions, such as Sydney, is much less than being claimed. According to the New South Wales Department of Planning, Industry and Environment in its 2020 air quality study for the New South Wales Greater Metropolitan region, 82.5% of measured NOx levels are attributable to on and off-road mobile sources, that is, cars and trucks. The highest contributors to particulate emissions are wood-fired heaters, industry, not including power stations, and motor vehicles. The case for setting stricter limits on the emissions of NOx, SOx and particulates for New South Wales power stations alone, as proposed in the draft bill, does not exist and will not result in a discernible improvement in air quality in the Greater Metropolitan region. I'm sure that the committee appreciates the basis for any regulation is that it needs to be appropriate to the context it applies to. References in submissions received by the committee are made to comparisons, to tighter international standards for emissions and argue that New South Wales should adopt the same standards. What they have failed to communicate is that those jurisdictions with tighter emission standards have much poorer air quality, caused by a heavier concentration of people and industry in a relatively small area. By way of example, Germany is a nation of 83 million people in an area of 360,000 kilometres squared and has a coal-fired power station capacity of 48 gigawatts. In New South Wales, we have just over 8 million people in an area of 810,000 square kilometres with a coal-fired power station capacity of 10 gigawatts. The issue not being considered in setting emissions limits comparable to overseas jurisdictions is that the total emissions to the airshed and then ground level impacts should be considered rather than focus on emissions per volume of gas emitted. The emission levels in the draft bill may be referable to some overseas settings but have no New South Wales relevant context. Commissions supportive of these emission levels fail to acknowledge where power station emissions rank in terms of ground level contributions to air quality and do not propose tighter regulation of sources with much higher contributions, presumably because they are anti-coal rather than proposing regulation to improve air quality. To this end, none of the submissions contemplate energy security consequences in New South Wales or the electricity costs for consumers with unnecessary tighter regulation, both of which would be primary considerations in a regulatory test of a proposal. While looking at international comparisons and health impact, Australia has the second lowest mortality rate from air pollution, behind only New Zealand, amongst over 40 nations according to an OECD study. The same OECD work notes that over 95% of Australia's population has the benefit of living with air quality that is better than the World Health Organization threshold for particulate pollution. In the USA, a nation whose tight air emissions limits have been championed by some, that figure is about 40%. Claims by a GP linking poor air quality in the Central Coast and Lake Macquarie region to low birth weights and incidence of diabetes have been professionally discredited, yet are often repeated. It is concerning that in the New South Wales Legislative Council, such falsehoods are propagated, plus additional ones such as Vales Point being fined by the EPA for not maintaining its fabric filter dust collection plant. To be clear, Vales Point has not been fined, and the EPA, when it investigated, found Delta's maintenance practices to be appropriate. Submissions purporting that all health issues related to air quality are preventable through the phasing out of coal-fired power generation have no foundation in basic data pertaining to air quality in New South Wales. There are multiple emission sources that contribute to air pollution, with wood heaters the highest contributor to particulate emissions and motor vehicles the highest contributor to NOx. The current transition towards renewable energy will further dramatically reduce power sector emissions by the end of the decade. Whilst genuine air quality data shows there is no need for further regulation, if the real objective of this bill is to improve air quality, it should have prioritised sources of air emissions in the greater metropolitan region other than power stations. By way of example, in 2016, the Federal Department of Infrastructure and Regional Development noted that NOx, SOx and ground level ozone, an indicator of photochemical smog, are detrimental to human health and that motor vehicles are a major contributor to these pollutants in urban airships. Finally, air pollution monitoring has been conducted on the Central Coast by industry for years. This data demonstrates that the overall air quality is in the range of good to very good. Yet some would discredit this data because it does not suit their narrative. In response, the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment installed its own air quality monitor in Morisset in 2020. For those not aware, Morisset is located between Vales Point and the Raring power stations. It is not surprising to discover that the data from this new and independently operated air monitoring station produces comparable results to that of Delta's long-standing air quality monitor at YE. This proves beyond doubt that the alarmist claims regarding poor local air quality are just plain wrong. In closing, Delta reiterates that the standards proposed in the Clean Air Bill 2021, 1, are derived from international settings that bear no resemblance to the New South Wales setting. 2, are not based on data relating to the sources of ground level impacts, otherwise the bill would focus on wood heaters, motor vehicles, off-road fuel utilisation and other high contributors. 3, gives no consideration to the diminishing contributions from coal-fired power stations as renewables replace energy production. And 4, represents unbalanced regulation as no consideration has been given to the cost to industry of the regulation, the flow-on costs to consumers or the energy security consequences in New South Wales. Thank you.
Just checking, have either of your companies put in written submissions?
Delta hasn't.
And Origin?
Origin hasn't.
All right. Can you explain why? Because in an inquiry, it's very helpful for the members of the committee to have that information at hand to be able to question you. Just wondering if there was a reason why you didn't.
There's 3 reasons that Delta didn't. Firstly, a version of this bill was introduced in 2018 and did not progress. Coal-fired emissions has reduced since that time, and so when that proposal didn't warrant implementation. Secondly, it was assumed that expert advice would be sought from the government regarding the New South Wales context for the new limits set in the bill. And lastly, the EPA reviewed all power station licences in 2020, so there's already been a contemporary review of emission limits.
And from an Origin perspective, similar reasons. We make a number of submissions on many different things going on in the market.
Well, thank you very much. I'll now hand over to Ms. Boyd to commence questioning. Thank you.
Thank you. And although I'm tempted to begin with Mr. Everett, Mr. Flood, I will begin with you, Mr. Jarvis. Thank you very much for attending. We have had your attendance at previous inquiries as well, and I'm most grateful for that. Thank you also for not trying to rubbish the science behind this. I understand that at Eraring, you've already put some pollution technology improvements on recently. Is that correct? Is that in relation to the nitrogen?
Yeah, Abigail, the low NOx burners, which was, I think it was around about 2010-ish that we installed those, maybe a little bit later. Steve, so when were they installed?
It was over a period round about that when we installed all of the low NOx burners as part of an upgrade that was completed.
And so when we're looking at this bill and what you would need to do in order to sort of reach, I guess, to be able to say that you wouldn't breach the limits in the bill, would you then also, would you have to upgrade that technology, or would that do the trick?
No, good. Let's go, Steve. He's the expert here.
All right.
So from a technical point of view, no, that's the best technology for NOx in the burners. The upgrades would be to other parts of the plant that would be prohibitive from a cost point of view.
So, okay, so for you, it's primarily the flue gas desulfurization and the activated carbon injection aspects. So for the SOx and the mercury, is that right?
It would be for the SOx, the NOx, and also you could do a little bit on the particulates, but it would cost quite an extensive amount.
And have you calculated how much that would be?
Yeah, over those three technology types, we actually worked as part of a national study with the Australian Energy Council, and we actually looked at the cost of implementing further pollution controls in the three areas. The study found that the capital cost of the filtration, the wet flue gas desulfurization modification, and the selective catalytic reduction would be about 430 million. Now that's not inclusive of probably about 25 million in additional operating and maintenance costs for that type of technology.
So let's call it 455 million. And when was that? So that was last year, did you say, or when was that study taken?
The report, I believe, was about 18 months ago.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that some of that technology's got cheaper in the meantime, just a little bit?
I wouldn't expect that the technology type would be any cheaper. The components are the same, and it's all based on probably most of the technology build would be on components, and it may actually go up.
So okay, so 455 million. How long has Eraring got until it's slated for closure? What's the closure schedule on Eraring?
Yeah, look, we've stated publicly 2032, but quite frankly, we're Eraring, we're operating very, very differently today. So we produce a lot less energy out of Eraring. It's predominantly used as a function to keep the lights on these days.
So if we were to look at if this bill was to pass, and which I understand you don't want to because it's going to cost money, but if it was to pass and you were looking at this 455 million capital expenditure, presumably you could borrow that much from the market over a 10-year sort of horizon.
Look, these plants are very marginal today. So if we had to spend that kind of capital, I think that would be the end of Eraring.
But if we did, sorry, I understand that's the conclusion you're drawing, but I really want to get down to what the costs would be. Would it be fair to say that you could, if you could find investment, which I'm sure Origin could find some investment, especially if it's for something environmentally friendly in the current market, you would be looking at, say, $50 million a year over 10 years?
Look, to be honest, I mean, I have to go into capital structures, but borrowing any kind of money for a coal plant these days is highly prohibitive.
As I say, it's definitely to expand, but when we're talking about actually doing something good for the world, I think you might find there's more capital there. All right, so we might say 50 million a year. And are you arguing that if you had that extra 50 million a year cost for the next 10 years on Eraring, that you'd just have to close Eraring down?
Yeah,
I think if you look at the calculations that you're looking at, the 450 million would be for one unit. There's 4 units at Eraring.
Sorry, say that again. So you're saying that actually it's 4 times that?
That's right.
It'd be 4 times that, yeah.
Are you able to provide that perhaps on notice to show us what those calculations are? Because that does sound quite a bit higher than what we have been hearing. that would be very useful. Are you intending on all units of Eraring to continue till 2032?
Well, look, we will have. It's all about having capacity available to the market. Already, we have a unit off, for example, today, but have it available if we get hot summer days, things like that, right? So, how we run Eraring going forward is going to be very, very different to what it used, how it did run. It is all about keeping the lights on. So, quite a different. It is a very. These plants were not designed to do what they're doing today. That's for sure.
Understand. Can you explain why your sort of counterparts in other countries have been able to afford this technology and still continue without going out of business, but someone with your financial credentials is not capable of doing that?
Look, there's different characteristics in different markets, and I mean, I don't want to go through every detail, but Japan has different characteristics, very landlocked, doesn't have other technologies, doesn't have renewables policies like we do in this country. There's many different factors to assess here. I think Delta and their submission were talking about different geographies, people. There's a whole lots of characteristics you need to take into account. But quite frankly, from an Origin perspective, to put further capital, we already spend a lot of capital to make sure that their availability is around. But to put more, you simply look at doing something different, quite frankly. So, I don't want to get into how, if we can borrow, quite frankly, our balance sheet's tight and it's very difficult to raise money for coal-fired power stations.
How much was your operating profit last year?
Look, we had massive losses. I can take that question on notice, but the reality is we had big losses because we wrote off a lot of our power station plant capital. So,
what was your profit after tax for Origin as a whole?
Abigail, look, I'll take that on notice. I just can't remember after write-offs and what have you. So I can.
All right, that's all right. I'm sure I could look it up. I'm just wondering if it's
all available.
Over 50 million or not. So
very good. Let me tell you.
Just one final question before I move on to pass on to my colleagues. There's been some talk about whether instead of doing this, we could instead increase the load-based license levy to an amount that would actually incorporate the true health costs of the air pollution coming out of the coal-fired power stations, which some have estimated to be sort of 50 times what it would be now. Presumably that would be far more financially prohibitive for you than if we were to go with this bill.
Look, I don't know whether I can comment. I don't know what the number is, and I don't know how we can pass it on consumers. So, again, I can take that on notice, but you need to provide a bit more detail than that. But yeah.
Right, that's okay. I will pass on to my colleagues, but Chair, please come back to me if there's time.
Do we have any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. I have a couple of questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sharp.
Thank you. Thanks for coming along today. And thank you for your opening statements. They've been quite helpful. I suppose my first question is really an opening question and anyone can answer it, which is, if the bill was passed, what next steps would each of your companies have to take as a result?
So Delta, if the legislation was passed, the way it's written, we'd have to cease generating immediately because we couldn't meet the limits. It's structured in a way for immediate implementation.
Yeah. So the issue, and look, I'm very interested around, that there are no transitional arrangements in relation to the bill, and so I'm trying to get a bit of a handle on. So, do either of the other two want to jump in there, just on that? I suppose the question then is, if it was to pass, what transitional arrangements would you A, need, but B, I suppose, well, I suppose let's just start with what would you actually need in terms of being able to do it? I'm assuming, some timeframes, with all of the warnings that you've given us today. Can people just take me through that?
I'll start. So putting aside the financial viability, we
Yes,
would have
leaving
to
that
go
aside.
through.
So I've heard your message, which is that you literally have to contemplate pulling up stumps.
Yep.
Yep.
So we'd have to get planning approvals and go through a process there of preparing an environmental impact statement. That could
And what's
take
your
a few
experience of how long that takes?
a few years, but
I'm sure it'd be a state significant project. It could be worked through.
Still takes a bit of time though, even under those situations.
Then we'd have to put a specification out to market to procure the equipment, and then take the units out for a period of time to put in place the pollution controls. So there'd be another 3 to 5 years easily in that process. They're not simple things to implement, these pollution controls. Essentially pulling apart the back of the boiler, installing massive amounts of equipment.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to jump in on that?
Similar, but I'm trying to build new technologies such as batteries and pump hydro and things like that. They take years, even with special planning approvals.
Yeah. No, that's good. And so so obviously if you had to cease there, what is the impact in relation to the jobs at your at your various operations?
Delta directly employs around 500 people at both the power station and the adjacent mine.
And Steve, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I think you'd be talking close to 300 direct reports, but it would have an impact in relation to the maintenance activities that happen each year, and there's probably about 500 people for a 3-month period each year that come to do the major maintenance and the capital that we put into the plant.
Yeah, and the local coal mines as well would have clearly be impacted.
And what arrangements would you have to put in place in relation to those workers? Is it pretty much stand down tools while we spend time doing the transition? Is it a requirement for some sort of transitional support? Can you take me through that?
Or I should say my name. So Greg Jarvis. Look, we haven't gone into the detail of that, but clearly there would have to be transition for our workers. We would have to look after our workers and look for other jobs. Clearly, we'll be we have to look at our site differently as well. So we don't want to leave the community. We really want to invest on these sites, other technology. So we've got to take into account all those factors.
That's it from me, and I think that Ms. Jackson's got some questions. Thank you for that. That's helpful.
Thanks, we'll hand over to Ms. Jackson now. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had, I think, 2 questions. I just wondered, and any of the witnesses can feel free to comment. Again, working on the assumption that, your evidence is that the passage of this bill will, lead to the pretty rapid closure of your operations. Do you have any views about the impact that might have on the reliability of baseload power in New South Wales? Like, what kind of consequence would that have for our reliability, and I suppose, I guess also if you wanted to comment on affordability of power?
Well, I can probably address the first part of that question, mainly because AEMO recently put out its statement of opportunities, which is pretty much a supply and demand reliability assessment. So the reliability assessment for New South Wales is 0.0006%. That's the percentage of unserved energy. And it was showing that New South Wales, upon closure of the next power station after Liddell, so that's showing that at 29, which is the date that we're indicating for Vales Point, increases to 0.008. So that's more than 10 times the amount of unserved energy shown in the reliability standard.
And so you're suggesting that if this bill were to pass, and that those closures would be quite significantly brought forward, that increase in unreliability, I guess, for want of a better word, would also be brought forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And probably relevant to that, I'd note that in the period between May and July, and we were somewhat surprised there wasn't much media attention on this, but in that 3-month period, AEMO issued 170 or around 170 lack of reserve notices for New South Wales. So even with the capacity that we have available through the last winter, we did have instances where load had to be shed at Tomago aluminium smelter. And we had many instances where that would have had to have occurred on a more widespread basis. So that was with the capacity that we already have.
And excuse my ignorance, but what triggers a lack of reserve notification?
Yeah, there's a gradation as you get to within the 2 largest units within your jurisdiction, and then it goes up a level when you're down to 1. And then, when you're hard up against it, you've got no reserve, that's a lack of reserve 3.
Okay. And I guess then just my last question at this stage is, we've heard obviously evidence this morning that there's a pretty significant health impact from the current operations of the power stations. And, I know some of the witnesses on this panel have sort of challenged some of that, but there did seem to be quite a lot of compelling evidence around that. You are saying this particular instrument, legislative instrument to respond to that, is going to have extremely negative consequences on your operations, on employment, on reliability of power. Are there any alternatives that you have in mind? You don't prefer this mechanism for the reasons that you've outlined, but if we were to be persuaded that there are some particularly negative health outcomes that we're keen to minimise, are there any other suggestions that you have? A couple of, a speaker and a witness in an earlier panel talked about some different programs that they had, I think it was in the United States, tax incentives or other arrangements that might have been tried internationally to achieve improved environmental and health outcomes, but not going down this particular path.
Look, I'm happy for others to answer this after me, but our position is that these are assets which are approaching the end of the life, so investment in them is extremely difficult. But moreover, we would not agree with the information that's been presented on health impacts. We would, in our opening submission, we've got references to New South Wales government reports showing that the air quality is good or very good. And it also shows the much lower contribution that we have to any health impacts than many other sectors.
Could I just ask, I'd just like to ask a question of the chair here. Any of you can answer it. Have either of your companies ever sought or been given advice that, and you can go back even 30, 40 years if you want, that if it was to develop to the point where your kind of industry is going to come into question and may have to wind down, how would you prepare to do that, even if it was to be called upon quite quickly? So the question is, have you sought advice in the past to prepare you for a major reform or to wind down to another form of energy provision? Are there any advices which have been sought or given to you in how to prepare for something like this, a bill to come along of this nature and for it to have been passed in Parliament?
Greg, maybe I go. Look, we're under no illusions around the broader decarbonisation debate. In fact, we've been on the front foot. We did have a carbon price at one stage, and we built assets accordingly. So, we are I think overall the industry is moving in the direction of decarbonisation. We have to build the assets of the future. It takes a lot of capital. It takes a lot of time, and I think overall, certainly in the case of Origin, we're doing that. I think the industry overall is doing it as well. So I think you're seeing massive changes in our industry. So again, under no illusions here.
So why are you so frightened of this bill? If you are actually prepared, have been prepared and advised to be prepared over time?
Because these are aging assets, and it is very important in the transition that keeps the lights on until we build the assets of the future. It is incredibly important. I can give you case examples around the world. Have a look at the UK today. Have a look at the US. There is the transitioning going on around the world in its different forms, but these aging coal assets, they still have an important place to keep the reliability in the system. But don't be. We are not disillusioned at all. We are completely understand about decarbonisation and what we need to do.
Chair, may I ask a question?
Chair, you're on mute. Chair. Thanks, Stuart.
You can use this. I can use this now?
Yep, we're back. Yep.
Let's test if everybody can hear.
It's working now. We've done so well through the day.
Okay, can I use the same, this one?
That's
out.
No, you're
Oh, I'm not muted.
Yeah, we can hear you live.
Can you hear me?
Yes, all eyes are on you, Chair.
Sorry, we've been having some connection problems here. So I take that question was answered, and we can now move to Ms. Boyd for further questioning.
I think Catherine was asking, and I also have one later on.
Could I just ask one just on that train of thought, and then I can... Up to you, Chair. Why don't you just go, Catherine?
Okay. All right. I can hear you now.
Apologies, Chair. Who have you given the call to?
Abigail, I think he's giving you the call. So can I suggest that we just proceed on like that, and I'll wait.
Thank you.
I'm back. I'm back now. So thanks, Ms. Boyd.
All right. Thank you. So sorry, just a quick one then. Back with you, Mr. Jarvis. In your remarks, and I can understand, you're assuming that all of this cost will be borne by your operations. I am sympathetic to the costs involved in transitions, and I'm sympathetic to the idea that there should perhaps be some government support given when we are transitioning from an unsustainable industry to a sustainable one to get us where we need to go, particularly if it's to look after workers. If this bill was to be passed, because the government perhaps looked at the $2.5 billion of cost of health savings that it would make every year, what would it take for you to keep the lights on in terms of government support?
Yeah, look, it's a big question. I think good market policy should be, good public policy should be about markets, right? So, again, I want to just provide the transition. At the end of the day, we have to invest billions of dollars in the new technology going forward. I don't think governments can afford that kind of money, right? So really, I just think we need the time to just get the new assets built, and that just simply takes time, right? So to have government policies and handouts, I'm not so sure that's good policy in my view, but I think the market just needs signal to get on with it. That's the main purpose.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just now go to Ms. Cusack for questions.
Thank you very much. Greg, I want to direct my questions to you because I'm aware that Origin of everybody has tried harder in this space, understanding the changes that the world is going through. However, and can I first of all establish that perhaps your industry has a bit of inquiry fatigue, and maybe that contributed to not getting a submission for our particular inquiry. I hope you understand that puts us at a bit of a disadvantage because the evidence, the verbal evidence that we're getting is very strident and very much in contrast with what we've heard. And is it possible for some documentation to come through in relation to, even if it's something you've given somebody else, that will assist us to understand the costings and the statements that you're making now? That's my first question.
Catherine, I certainly look. Let's just be. I need to be clear about what to come through. But yeah, there's certainly fatigue because there's lots of inquiries, right? But if the question's more about the transition and what's going to occur, more than happy to do that. Now we've given a lot of submissions just on how the energy market should transition to a lower carbon future. So if that's the question, we've got oodles of it, right? So I can take that question on notice and get the team to come back to you. Yes.
Okay. So my perception as somebody is that this discussion about climate change and renewable energy has been going on really for nearly 2 decades now. There has been a lot of resistance from coal-fired power generator industry, which I think is just a lot of pushback on all of that, and a lot of resources put into defending the status quo in the industry, if I can put it like that. This is my perception. But there must have been some sense that ultimately we were going to get to a position like this, and that in the interest of the assets, this inevitable shift needed to be planned for. And I guess that's what's kind of taken me by surprise, is the sense from the verbal submissions you've all given, and I mean, particularly Mr. Flood, who was terribly strident in his submission. So can you just unpack a bit of that for us?
So, Catherine, you need help. Sorry, or is that for Justin or for me?
Well, that's for you as well. I would appreciate Mr. Flood's comments, but he was so emphatic that this is all rubbish. I just wanted to hear from Origin first, and then maybe from Mr. Flood.
Okay, maybe it's Greg from Origin. So, look, firstly, we are frustrated by just where the debate's gone, but we are under no illusion about decarbonisation. We are running Eraring far differently to what it used to run. So we wind it up like a yo-yo. So in the middle of the day, we try to run it right down because there's so much solar on, and then wind it back up. Now, Greg Everett did mention that back in July, August, when there was a lack of reserve, there was a lot less sunshine and less wind, and there was a real shortage. So we had to wind it up. Reality is that we've spent a lot of capital just making sure it's more flexible, and we even take units off now. So we've been on this for a long time now. This is not a surprise. We've woken up yesterday. We've been on this debate for well and truly over a decade. So I won't go into all public policy decisions and what have you, but it's been from an industry point of view very hard to manage. So manage these investments going forward. So I won't go into that detail, but look, at the end of the day, it's a simple reality here. Renewables are actually fairly easy to build. That's a simple bit. Running the assets differently and building assets like batteries to keep the lights on, that's the true challenge going forward. So I'll probably just pause there and I'll hand over to Justin.
Justin, if you don't mind, I might just field that question, because I would note that in New South Wales, I would agree with Greg Jarvis that the industry is not in denial. The industry has been changing rapidly. If you look at, there's been many coal-fired plant closures, Wallerawang, Munmora, Redbank, Liddell is about to occur. So those closures and those responses to greenhouse challenges, the industry is dealing with those. What we would say is that this particular bill does not address greenhouse, it addresses other pollutants, and we don't believe that there is any hard evidence to support this. So certainly you asked about submissions previously. In our opening statement, we will have a number of references, and we're also happy to provide further information beyond our opening statement to reports from the Department of Primary Industry, from the EPA, that show that air quality in New South Wales in the Greater Metropolitan Region is either good or very good, and that the only events that you really see of poor air quality relate to bushfires. We'll have a reference to an OECD paper which shows that Australia has the second least mortality because of pollutants, and we'll also have plenty of references again from New South Wales government publications which show what are the sources of pollution, and in most cases the highest ones are motor vehicles, and we would reinforce that motor vehicles emit NOx in particular, but particulates and other pollutants at ground level and where the population density is. So they have a much greater impact. But we're very happy to provide more information.
Well, I would. It's just that you're not a public health organisation. You're a business, and I get that. But as members of this inquiry, we've been given a lot of evidence that there are public health issues that need to be addressed. And so in terms of, we would love the evidence that you're offering to blanket refuse to admit that there is a public health imperative here, which is essentially the position, would, for us as members of the inquiry, need some more evidence, because the evidence that we've received so far has been fairly compelling.
So we will gladly also provide a reference to a report, and we'll provide the report as well. We've seen that a lot of the submissions have referred to a report by Dr. Ben Ewald, and the Australian Energy Council had that peer reviewed by a professional air science company, NRIS, and that's a company that is qualified to conduct air modelling and air science studies for the EPA in New South Wales. And look, they made a lot of derogatory comments about that Ewald study. Don't need to go through all of those here, but we're very happy to provide that reference to you. And that is the study that most of the evidence that you've seen has referenced. And to be honest, it did not withstand peer review.
Those were my questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cusack, and that actually brings us to the end of this part of the inquiry. So thank you very much, witnesses, for coming along and giving us this information and allowing us to question you. And we look forward to your opening statements with all of your references, etc. That's important to us. Okay, thank you very much. We'll now adjourn until 2:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for attending this inquiry and to give evidence. Inquiry into the Protection of the Environment Operations Amendment Clean Air Bill 2021. So thank you very much, Ms. Barmano and Dr. Richard Broome. Would you please each give your name, introduce yourself and your position, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. So we'll start with Ms. Barmano. You might be on mute. Ms. Barmano, can you hear me? Maybe while we're fixing that, we might go to Dr. Broome. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Yeah. So
okay.
I'm Dr. Richard Broome. I'm the Acting Executive Director of Health Protection New South Wales at New South Wales Health. And I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And thank you very much. And Ms. Balmano, can you hear us now?
No,
Probably.
the secretary to ring her and did it.
Okay. So in the meantime, Dr. Broom, do you have a short statement to open with? I think you're on mute, Mr.
I lost my cursor. Apologies. I do have a short statement. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So air pollution is an important public health problem internationally and in New South Wales. And by international standards, air quality in New South Wales is generally very good, but it's still responsible for around 1 to 2% of the burden of disease. New South Wales Health has a supporting role in the New South Wales Government's management of air pollution, and we work closely with agencies with policy and regulatory responsibilities like DPI, New South Wales EPA and Transport for New South Wales, providing advice about what the science tells us on the health effects of air pollution and also what the impacts of air pollution have in New South Wales. And New South Wales Health's advice on the health effects of air pollution is generally informed by conclusions of comprehensive reviews of scientific evidence conducted by bodies such as the World Health Organization and the US Environmental Protection Agency. And I just mentioned that the recently released WHO air quality guidelines are an example of the kind of review that we draw upon in terms of our advice. And these guidelines, these ones specifically, the new WHO ones, provide some support for the way that we've been interpreting the science around air pollution for the last several years, which is that essentially, even at the low levels of air pollution that we see in New South Wales, it still has health effects. I'd also just mention that New South Wales Health, through its membership of the Environmental Health Standing Committee of the AHPPC, is able to contribute to national policy on air pollution. So that's things like national standard settings, NEPM standards and the like. And then more personally, so I'm a public health doctor, and for the last 10 years or so, I've taken a fairly leading role in the conduct of health impact assessments around air pollution in New South Wales. And obviously particularly relevant to this committee, and I think it's been spoken about already, is the work that I published in 2020 with colleagues from CSIRO and University of Sydney that was funded by the New South Wales EPA and New South Wales Health. So that work looked at PM2.5 and was primarily focused on wood heaters, but it also quantified the burden of mortality of a number of other major sources of emissions in the Sydney region. And it used a state-of-the-art atmospheric modelling framework developed by Martin Cope at the CSIRO to estimate source-specific PM2.5 concentrations across the greater metropolitan region of Sydney, which also includes Newcastle and Wollongong. And the study showed that, from a health perspective at least, wood heaters, on-road vehicles and power stations are the three most important sources of air pollution in our region. Wood heaters were estimated to be responsible for an annual loss of life of around 1,400 years. On-road sources, around 900, so that's things like cars and trucks, on about 990 life years, and power stations 620. And I think one of the interesting, or one of the things with these sorts of impact assessments is how to communicate what the findings actually show. And one of the things with air pollution is that by and large, the risks for any individual person are relatively low, but because everybody's exposed, those low-level risks add up into a large public health burden. And to try and put some context around that, so for example, those figures that I just quoted, if you put those in terms of life expectancy, wood heaters would be responsible for around 12 days loss of life expectancy on average, roads 8 days and power stations 5 days. Now obviously those numbers are not evenly distributed. Some people will be more susceptible or more exposed, but it provides a bit of an indication. And I think also, as the committee's already heard, the study quantified the potential benefits in terms of reduced mortality of increasingly stringent wood heater emissions, and also the effects of removing not all nitrogen oxide emissions and sulfur oxide emissions from power stations. And I'll just say, well, I don't think the results are directly relevant to the matter under consideration, but what they certainly show is that even though air quality is good in New South Wales, there's substantial benefit to improving it further.
Thank you very much for that. Just double check as to, we don't think we do have you, but Ms. Balmano, are you actually there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great.
Yes, sorry,
You
but I
can
had some
just see
sound
you probably
problems.
need... Oh, there you are. That's much better.
Yep.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
So I need to get you to introduce yourself and your position and swear an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Sarah Balmano. I'm the Manager of Air Policy at the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And do you have a brief statement to speak to us?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
As I just said, I'm the Manager of Air Policy in the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. That means my team is responsible for cross-government air policy issues, including the development of the New South Wales Clean Air Strategy, delivery of the National Pollutant Inventory for New South Wales, and coordinating amendments to the Protection of the Environment Operations Clean Air Regulation. We work very closely with our colleagues in climate and atmospheric science, who maintain the air quality monitoring network and conduct air quality research, and with the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority, who, as you know, are responsible for regulating industry through environment protection licenses and related mechanisms. The New South Wales Government released a draft of the New South Wales Clean Air Strategy for consultation earlier this year. It notes that New South Wales is transitioning towards cleaner energy and implementing cleaner technology. The New South Wales electricity system is transitioning, with a large number of decentralised generators like wind, solar farms and other technology types connecting, while older coal-fired electricity generators are retiring. This will deliver substantial emission reductions and air quality improvements across New South Wales. The government's electricity infrastructure roadmap will facilitate the entry of new renewable energy generation to replace these existing ageing coal-fired power stations. And also the government is currently considering the stakeholder submissions on the draft Clean Air Strategy and working towards releasing a final version shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we'll commence with questions from Ms. Boyd. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just start with you, Dr. Broom? You said that there is substantial benefit to improving air quality, which I think is pretty obvious. And thank you so much for the work that you've been doing on this and for quantifying those three categories or sort of major sources of air pollution in the state. Are you able to quantify the health costs as a result of the power station air pollution in particular? Is that something you're able to do?
I'm afraid it's not something that I have I guess the information available to be able to do that at the moment. I mean, so there were some estimates in that paper from 2020 about the potential benefits of removing those emissions. I suppose I'm just trying to, how can I say, so for example, power stations are estimated to cause about a loss of life years, around about 620 each year. So if you could reduce emissions, you would remove a proportion of those. And I'm sorry, I have to go to, there's quite a lot of information in these tables, but So table 4 in my report says that if you were to remove all nitrogen oxide emissions, for example, from power stations, you would reduce PM2.5 concentrations across so population weighted PM2.5 concentrations across the GMR by 0.14 micrograms per meter cubed. So to try and put that in perspective, the national standard is 8, and give or take, most places in New South Wales would have an annual average PM2.5 concentration of around 8 micrograms, depending a little bit on where you are. So it would reduce it by 0.14 in that context. So that over time, so with some very general assumptions, and why I think this work is not directly relevant to what you're considering, but if you assumed that power stations continued, if you had two options, one that they continued as they currently are or were in 2013 versus removing the emissions, then over time you would gain around about 38,000 life years amongst the people who were alive in 2013. Does that Sorry, it gets very, it's quite a
Yeah.
complicated idea. But so that in our paper, what we did was it was a very simple thing in regard to quantifying what might be the benefit of removing emissions, which was really saying if you carried on as we are, you would have this level of exposure, and if you removed emissions, you would have this a different level of exposure. Now, in reality, that probably is not the case because, as I understand it, power stations are scheduled to close and things otherwise. So there will be some reduction in power station emissions over time that we did not account for.
So, I mean, I'd love to just be able to look at the numbers of lives that we could save and the numbers of kids presenting with asthma that we could perhaps prevent. But unfortunately, a lot of, I think, the issues in this particular bill are going to come down to the cost. On the one hand, the sort of the health costs versus, on the other hand, the costs to these power stations of upgrading their technology. There was a number thrown around earlier around health costs of around $2.5 billion or $2.4 billion per year. Is that something that came out of your report? And if so, what does it refer to?
So do you mind? I'm just going to dig through my paper again. So we did so some of those. So I just mentioned to you, for example, there a figure of 38,000 life years amongst the cohort of people. So the 5 million people, for example, that were alive in 2013. And so we did quantify what that would be worth, and I believe it was, so for NO2 it would be something around about the 1.8 billion mark, I believe, and for sulfur oxides 0.66 billion. But that would be an overestimate of what you might achieve in reality, because, as I said, power station emissions are probably, as I understand it at least, are declining anyway because they're closing.
I'll ask you just one more question, and then I will throw over to my colleagues so I'm not hogging all the time. In terms of, we know that wood heaters are also contributing to air pollution. We know that the vehicles are as well. And we heard from our last set of witnesses, I think, an argument that they felt unfairly picked upon. I'm interested in how many wood heaters we have in New South Wales, how many points of pollution source we have when it comes to wood heaters, how many vehicles we have that are emitting pollution versus the number of power stations, which we know is 5. Are you able to give us that?
I'm afraid I don't have that sort of.
Right.
So the ABS publishes figures for about household energy use and things like that give you an idea of the proportion of people. I'm wondering if Ms. Balmano might have as well, from a DPI perspective, any insights.
Thank you.
Sarah Balmano here. No, we don't have exact figures on wood heaters either.
But presumably it's many thousands. It's not. 5.
Yeah, but you also have the problem, obviously, that a lot of houses have wood heaters and they don't use them.
Yeah.
So it's quite a hard number to quantify. Yep.
Thank you. Chair, I'll hand over back to you.
Can I just to follow up, so obviously one of the issues, and I think this has been touched upon, is it is important where the emissions take place. So obviously wood heaters, and it varies. So wood heaters in rural areas will have less of a health impact than wood heaters in, say, Sydney, where there's a larger population. And cars as well will have a proportionally higher health impact than some other sources of pollution because they're emitting pollution where people are. And there are some, again, if you go to my paper, there's some estimates about the relative or the difference between the total quantity of emission versus the total health impact. And so you can see, so wood heaters and on-road vehicles have a relatively higher burden of disease. But power stations as well, relative to their particle emissions, have a relatively high health impact as well. And that's, I think, largely due to the secondary particle formation. So what we saw in the air pollution model that was used in our paper was that there was a relatively even spread of particle pollution from power stations across the GMR. There wasn't peaked at any particular location, but that's, I think, because there's a lot of atmospheric chemistry that goes into the production of secondary particles, so they disperse, I suppose.
Thank you, very helpful.
I'd just like to ask a couple of questions. Have there been comparisons? I mean, have you done work on comparing how other countries around the world have been measuring what is acceptable and not acceptable levels of substances like nitrogen oxide and sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide and sulfur dioxide from emissions from power stations? Because we've heard evidence that the standard here in New South Wales is of a much lower standard in terms of the numbers of parts per million or parts per whatever in measuring these gases and toxins, that the standards are generally much lower for power stations in New South Wales than in most developed countries in the world. Has your department looked at this?
So New South Wales Health doesn't get too involved in the technical aspects of air quality management. So I think that is a question for the EPA. They would be the ones that would be responsible for that sort of work.
But surely New South Wales Health would take into consideration, just like other factors that might impact the people of New South Wales Health. Is there not is there not part of the New South Wales Health, which is meant to be looking after the health of the people of New South Wales? You haven't consulted with the EPA in looking at these issues, if any, as considering there have been quite a few concerns growing over the years about these very issues?
So we are often in contact with the EPA. I mean, as I mentioned in my opening statement, we provide advice on a range of matters, but obviously air pollution is one of those. And part of this work that we've been talking about was actually funded by the EPA. So they commissioned that work to look specifically at particular sources of air pollution. So we have an effective working relationship to sort of take these things on. But I think the technical aspects of emissions controls on power stations is not something that we have specific views on, because it's obviously, what we do want to see is air pollution as low as reasonably achievable from a health perspective.
So I'm not sure if Mr. Taylor, sorry, Mr. Martin, do you have any questions?
No, not at this stage, sorry.
Okay, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you.
Sorry, I've got questions.
He seems keen.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I wanted to, I just wanted to know where New South Wales is up to in relation to wood heaters. I know it's slightly off topic, but given the contribution, I know that over probably several decades there's been an attempt to sort of wind that back. Are either of you able to give us an update on where that is up to?
Sarah Balmano here. So the government recently, as I mentioned, released the draft Clean Air Strategy earlier this year. And that did actually seek feedback on various activities and programs to do with air quality and all the pollution sources, including wood heaters. That document did note that at this stage, the government is not considering a statewide ban on wood heaters, but we in the department, as well as with the EPA and working with local councils, are going to continue working with them to ensure that the information is out there for the correct wood heater use. And we will also be continuing to gather evidence for potential future actions as well that the government might be interested in taking.
Great, thank you. My second question is, have you done modelling in relation to the EV's announcement recently on impact on air quality as a result of obviously massively growing electrical vehicles in the market and on the road?
Sarah Balmano here again. I understand modelling was undertaken. I was not involved in that, so I can't speak with any authority. I could take that one on notice and provide the committee
if you
with some
could,
information.
that'd
Yeah.
be terrific.
Yep.
Thank you. And it's really my last question, and I'm happy to hand back to everyone else, is just given this bill and the, I mean, look, one of Labor's concerns is the sort of transition arrangements that would need to be put in place if it was actually put forward. Could you take us through the kind of things that you'd be looking at in terms of transition arrangements?
Sarah Balmano here. Well, I suppose probably the first thing I would say would be we actually do have some questions about how this bill would even operate legally in relation to the regulatory framework as it stands, because I note that these limits would be in the Act, whereas the other limits are actually in the regulation. And so there would be a bit of an issue in terms of how it would actually all work together from a legal and regulatory perspective. So if we could get over those issues, then I think any sort of transitional arrangements that the government would want to get into with the generating companies would be a matter for government. Because I think, as the previous witnesses from Origin and Delta attested, it would take quite a number of years to get these technologies implemented, and obviously very significant costs. So I think there'd be a lot of negotiation on the government's perspective.
And sorry, can I just ask? Well, thank you for that. That's helpful. Can I just ask? I'll ask one more, which is, and I know that you are not from the EPA, who are not responsible for the load-based licensing arrangements, but I think it's probably Ms. Balmano, whether it's a question to you around how you would see this would interact or actually work with load-based licensing arrangements.
As I said, there's some questions about how it would work legally in terms of the way it's drafted at the moment. But the load-based licensing framework operates quite separately. Well, it's connected, but it operates quite separately to the limits that are in environment protection licenses. So it wouldn't necessarily change. This wouldn't necessarily have any direct impacts on the load-based licensing, if that's what you're asking. That would have to be amended separately. Yeah.
Yes, how they would interplay. That's right. So you could end up with sort of two systems, is what I'm, without that would have to be dealt with. Is my question.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That's it from me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boyd.
Yeah, thank you. Just picking up on that point, we already have two systems, in that we already have a set of restrictions as well as a load-based levy, so limitations on emissions as well as a load-based levy. That's correct, isn't it, Ms. Balmano?
Yes.
Just in relation to, you said you've got some legal concerns. As I'm sure you're aware, that the bill was drafted by PCO and is intended, and my understanding is it does act to override the regulation to the extent of inconsistency. Do you have any specifics about the legal concerns?
No, I'm not a lawyer. That's just the advice that I've been given, that would have to be something that the EPA would need to work through in terms of how they implemented the new policy.
Okay. With respect, it seems quite simple that you would have certain limits. But yes, if you do have any more information on that, I would love to see it, because we are, of course, open to amending the bill to make it more legally robust if it is in fact a problem. Can I just ask you, Ms. Balmano, the clean air policy, or the clean air strategy, sorry, of the government, when it comes to coal-fired power stations, it seems to take the approach of, this thing's going to happen anyway, so we don't need to worry. We're going to phase out coal-fired power eventually, so we don't need to worry about the impact on air quality today. Is that fair?
Sarah Balmano here. I suppose I would more say that I think what some of the earlier witnesses have said is the government's quite committed to a decarbonisation agenda, and the electricity infrastructure roadmap in particular is supporting the closure of the coal-fired power stations. And so with that comes, the air quality improvements that we're talking about being needed today as well. So that's the government's. So I think in terms of any opinion about whether or not that's the government's policy, I think that would be a question for government.
Fair enough. But there's nothing additional, is there, in the clean air strategy in relation to coal-fired power stations? There's no additional measures. It's just simply a statement that as we transition away from coal-fired power, there will be less pollution from coal-fired power.
Yes, and it also talks about other sources of pollution as well, I suppose. And it also does refer to the regulatory framework, to the EPA's licensing and monitoring of power station compliance.
Yes, but that's all pre-existing. It's not so much a strategy as a kind of a statement of fact. So I think we can all agree that we can't just turn the coal-fired power stations off tomorrow. That's the current energy network is in fact reliant on them. And although we are transitioning and we are very pleased to see the government moving in that direction, we have a number of years yet of these coal-fired power stations operating and pumping out significant levels of pollution. Do you think it's acceptable that we don't try to curb the number of deaths that are resulting from air pollution in the meantime? Sorry, that's a question to you, Mr. Almano, and that's coming out of the coal-fired power stations. So we know that based on the science, the coal-fired power stations are going to are estimated to lead to a certain number of deaths every year. Why has the government not included consideration of that in its clean air strategy? Do you know? Or is this not a question? Am I not? Please tell me if I'm unfairly asking you a question that really should be directed to the minister.
I was actually going to say that I think that is more a matter for government in terms of the choices they've made, in terms of what's in the strategy.
It's absolutely fair. Thank you. And apologies. So, Dr. Broom, if I could come back to you. There was some previous, in the previous session, there was a little bit of criticism raised about Dr. Ewald's study, which we have heard a bit about today. Could you tell us your views in relation to that study?
So, and apologies, I didn't see the previous session, so I don't know the specifics. I mean, look, you can always criticise a study. I mean, and I noticed I did watch Dr. Ewald on mine. He was very polite. I mean, ours has produced lower numbers. I think what we have used, as I said in the opening statement, what was at the time a state-of-the-art emissions model. There's obviously uncertainty. I mean, and I think that's probably the biggest issue with a lot of these sorts of health impact assessments is around the exposure assessment. So we used an emissions model. As I understand it, Dr. Ewald used evidence from a few points from the particle speciation studies conducted by ANSTO and CSIRO. And I mean, if you were to ask me, I would suggest that may be more likely to overestimate the quantity of coal-fired power PM2.5 by virtue of where the monitors that they collected them for, for example. But I mean, the truth is always a little bit difficult to know, and perhaps it lies somewhere in between. But I mean, I would stand by ours. I think we used robust models. We put a lot of effort into making sure that the CSIRO's air pollution model was as good as it could be. But there is still uncertainty.
Of course, but yes, I guess the general conclusions from Dr. Ewald's study is you wouldn't view them as being somehow irresponsible or I'm trying to find a polite word, but yes, you wouldn't rubbish them. They're just from a
and yes, and I suppose perhaps when doing these studies, people come at them from a different perspective. And you know, so we've come at this from the point of view of trying to be as rigorous as we can with the science, and probably erring on the side of conservatism, perhaps, in terms of the way we've done it. I don't know. I can't speak for Dr. Ewell's approach.
If you had sort of unlimited access to government funds, let's just imagine, would it be useful and would it improve the quality of the research you're doing to have a much more, I guess, a greater network of independent air pollution monitors around the state? Do you think we have enough?
So that's it. Just in relation to the specifics of this paper, it doesn't directly use air pollution monitors. It's a computer model. Obviously, I think that the model is validated by matching it to so checking how the model performs against what they measure on the ground. I mean, absolutely, there's always an argument for having more monitoring, but it comes down to the cost of that versus the benefit always. And I'm not in a position to say that we need more at this stage. I think that Ms. Balmano might know more about, but obviously DPI have a very large network of air pollution monitors already, I think, and they're constantly considering whether they need more. Yeah.
From a health perspective, if we knew, for instance, that there was a particularly high risk of air pollution, so say here where I am on the Central Coast, if we knew that there was today there was particularly bad coal-fired power station pollution overhead for whatever reason, what could we do? What action would we take to protect ourselves and try and stop the worst of the impacts?
So typically, there is already an air quality information system and an alert system that I suspect you're aware of. Yeah. So each day, and sorry, I don't want to tread on Ms. Balmano's toes, but DPI predict what air pollution is going to be in the coming days, and they use that to alert people if it's likely to be poor. Now, generally speaking, in New South Wales, the issues that lead to poor air quality are bushfires or hazard reduction burns, or in winter as well, just inversion layers. When people are lighting up their wood heaters and it's cold, and you get an inversion layer so that the smoke settles. So typically, those are the things that cause high air pollution. Or dust storms is the other thing. It's pretty unusual, and I haven't heard that you get all these other sources tend to produce air pollution at a fairly constant and consistent way, so they don't tend to lead to high exceedances, high 24-hour averages.
I understand. So
there is that system, and so if you're alert to it and you know you're someone who's more sensitive, the idea is it helps you to take action, and that action ranges from cutting back on outdoor physical exercise to staying indoors more, depending on the level.
So if you had chronic asthma and you were potentially being triggered by particular pollutants coming from coal-fired power stations, your options really are to stay indoors.
Yes, and I would also urge you to seek the advice of your doctor to make sure that if you are having chronic symptoms, that you're getting all the treatment that you can to get on top of those. And yeah, it's always and one of the challenges with air pollution science is that it really doesn't give us a great deal of information about what it means for individuals. A lot of it's done at a very sort of broad population scale, and so I think part of the messaging is always that people have to know how they respond themselves, and if they do find that, for example, on smoky days that they're more sensitive, that those people should be more cautious, and that those people should, again, if you're asthmatic and you know that smoke's a trigger, make sure you are talking to your doctor so that you've got the best plan possible.
Can I just ask you, sorry, one more question, then I'll see if my colleagues have any questions. We've been hearing a lot about, as the sort of public awareness of air pollution is getting better and people are understanding the risks of air pollution more, the message to, perhaps close your window or to stay indoors when things are particularly bad in particular, or just, sort of limiting if it's a chronic thing, would be a good thing to do. And please do tell me if this is outside of your expertise. But when we combine that with advice in relation to COVID and keeping sort of good ventilation, particularly in our schools, on opening windows up, would we expect, if we continue to live in this sort of, so there's a lot of assumptions here, but would we expect that if we continue to live with those sorts of COVID restrictions, that we might see an increase in the impact of air pollution on general health?
It's a very difficult question to I mean, I think we want to do what we can to reduce people's exposure to air pollution generally. Obviously, COVID is something that we're also mindful of. I think, and currently we obviously do grapple with those sorts of issues, and we're working through what that advice should be. But generally, I think one of the challenges with that is trying to provide people with balanced advice, which is likely to provide overall benefit for them. And it's insofar as for most people, under most circumstances, the risks of air pollution are relatively small. That's not to say some people are certainly at higher risk, and some people will certainly experience symptoms of low levels of air pollution. But by and large, most people will either not experience symptoms or will experience mild symptoms. So it can often be quite a nuanced message for people. To make sure that those at greatest risk are able to take action, but at the same time not hindering unnecessarily the lives of people who perhaps are less susceptible.
And I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that it's incredibly difficult to avoid air pollution, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I
think so, and especially since the bushfires, and I don't know if you're aware, but the New South Wales Air Quality Information System has evolved somewhat. So we're now providing hourly PM2.5 information, for example, which wasn't the case before. And the idea of that is, whilst we don't know precisely what the health effects of an hourly change in PM2.5 are, it does provide people with a fairly immediate indication that perhaps, especially if they're experiencing symptoms, that now's a good time to take action. So we're constantly improving these systems to try and keep abreast of, I guess, the emerging evidence.
Thank you. I will just pause there. I could go on, but I will just pause to check if anyone else wants to ask a question.
At the moment, there don't seem to be anybody else seeking questions, so you can either continue or we can wrap up. It's up to you.
I will just ask a few more questions. Thank you.
Sure.
So again, back to you, Dr. Broom. So is it fair to say that we have seen significant additional research in relation to air pollution come out in the last sort of 5 to 10 years, and the understanding, I guess, of the scientific community improve around air pollution impacts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly the case. And my own opinion is that particularly what we've seen recently is air pollution studies conducted at lower levels of air pollution. Well, probably at both ends of the spectrum. We've seen big air pollution studies conducted in China, where air quality is, or actually China and other places with relatively poor air pollution. But at the same time, in the US, air quality has improved dramatically over the last 20 years or so. So we're seeing more and more evidence about the effects of air pollution at low levels. So, for example, if you looked at the 2005 WHO air quality guidelines, they had a cutoff at 10 for PM2.5. And that was really because there was no evidence at that stage that supported the hypothesis that there were health effects below 10. Subsequent to that, we've seen a number of cohort studies in places like Canada and other parts of the US where people are now living at levels of 5 or 6, sort of similar to what we have in New South Wales. So we're getting we've got much more clear evidence now that there's no threshold at 10. We've assumed there's been no threshold at 10 for some time, but there's now pretty good evidence to support that, which was perhaps lacking 10 or 15 years ago.
So given that, I guess when we look at our regulations in New South Wales, we have the same limits on all sorts of pollution. Nothing has changed since 2010. So in 2010, the regulations put in place, we set limits for all forms of different pollution, including coal-fired power stations, including other types of industry. We come to 2021, nothing's changed. Would you expect that we would at least have increased those or I guess strengthened those limits a little bit in time to reflect that growing body of knowledge?
I'm just wondering if Ms. Balmano might like to say anything about the air pollution standards.
Thank you. It's probably more appropriate. Ms. Balmano?
Sarah Balmano here. So I assume you're talking about the National Environment Protection Measure, the ambient air quality standards under...
No, sorry,
No?
I'm talking about under the New South Wales legislation, the Clean Air Regulation.
Oh, so specifically the power station limits?
No, the Clean Air Regulation applies to all, that was just reinstated in 2021.
But what standards are you referring to? Sorry.
Sorry. I wanted to, I guess, make the point that since 2000, and sorry, I don't remember the precise years, but obviously we now have a PM 2.5 standard, which we didn't do in 2010. I believe there's just been a revision of the NO2 standards and a whole range of other NEPM standards. So there has been uptake of a lot of the new and emerging evidence, and each time those standards get updated, they do take those things into account. Sorry, it's not, so New South Wales Health is only indirectly involved in this stuff. The other thing I suppose to mention is that the PM 2.5 standard, until the recently published WHO guideline in New South Wales, has been below the WHO's guideline. So I don't think it's quite fair to say that things have not changed in light of the emerging evidence.
Thank you. So they've made their way into the national standards. They've just not made their way then into the New South Wales clean air regulations. Is that correct, Ms. Balmano?
Yep, Sarah Balmano here. So the national standards are for ambient air quality, whereas the clean air regulation has specific limits for particular sites and facilities. So the national standards are used in terms of trying to determine the policy and how you apply that at particular locations and sites, but the actual national standards don't appear in the legislation per se, if that makes sense.
But if our ambient air standards are tightened up on a national level, you would expect that to come down to also tightening up individual polluter restrictions as well. You would expect an overall tightening up to reflect the new science.
It might in some cases. The main thing that it does actually impact is the processes that the EPA uses in terms of the advice they provide on individual environmental impact assessments that are done for new developments. So they actually have their own document that has guidance in terms of how they assess those and what they consider. The national standards do impact how the EPA operates that process.
Okay, but the EPA can't require the power stations to meet a stricter limit than what is under those regulations. That's correct, isn't it?
The EPA does have the power under the regulation to have an alternative limit, yes.
A higher, like a more strict, like it's not very good language, a stricter limit than they do in the regulation?
Could. So technically a lower limit, yep.
Sorry,
so yes, yeah. So yes, they can.
They could, but they haven't? So for example,
I think actually for a couple they have.
Vales Point has a 10-year exemption, I believe, from one of the restrictions. Sorry, I don't have the data in front of me.
So for example, for the particles limit, the licenses are actually tighter for some of them than the regulation at the moment.
Okay, and for some of them, though, they do have exemptions from the regulations as well, don't they?
Yes, they do have an alternative limit. Also for NOx, I note that a few of them have a much tighter limit than the regulation. So yes, the EPA does have the flexibility, and that's the whole point of the regulatory framework. The way it's designed at the moment is you have the very highest number in the regulation, but then you actually have a lot of flexibility in the regulation for the EPA to actually determine the appropriate limits for each particular facility based on geography, the age of the facility, all sorts of, potential future closures, all those sorts of things they have to consider in terms of setting those limits.
So why would Vales Point's emissions limits be so much laxer than the other power stations? Would that be on the basis of its age, or?
That would be a question for the EPA,
right,
who made the decision to,
Thank you.
But sorry, just for clarification there. So is your evidence that the age of a facility and the fact that it's likely to be closing in, say, the next 1 to 5 years, that's actually taken into account in determining the amount of pollution it can expel. So because it's an older operator, and it'll be finding it much harder to get the levels of, say, nitrogen oxide or sulfur dioxide down, it would have to spend a lot more money just because it's older and is going to become redundant. That factor is factored into the determination as to the health of the air that people breathe.
Again, it's probably a better question for the EPA. I think when I was referring to the age, I was more referring to the type of technology that the plant has, and in terms of what control technology is available and possible to be implemented at the various sites, because each each site is obviously different. So I wasn't really commenting on in that aspect that you're referring to.
I understand. You're just aware that is no doubt a factor that is taken into account. Okay, if there are no more questions, I think we can probably close that part of the hearing today. Do any other members have questions? Okay, witnesses, thank you very much for your evidence. It's very helpful, and I think you have taken on notice some questions. So because of the quick turnaround of this inquiry, if you could have the answers to those questions to us by the end of next Friday, that would be very much appreciated.
Upon receipt of the transcript, they'll need to get the transcript first, Chair.
Who does?
These witnesses.
Oh, you need to get I think you need to get a copy of the transcript, specific transcripts for comment, for you particularly, Mr. Broome. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.